the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performance. Ball for big fish.
It's
Jeff Drayton!
For a 140 checkout.
When I've got in, I've been dangerous.
To take out the ton.
James
Perfectly done.
So I've competed more than competed.
What a night, what a final.
Nailed on!
Seal it, just get it done.
James on the midfield.
When it comes to nailed off at Modus, it's nailed off doing nailed off things. And
It's the bullseye.
Oh my word!
I love doubles, practice doubles, so yeah, hopefully I'll do all right.
Oh, it's canny all right.
Should be a good guide for Fallon Sherrick.
Ball is full,
Quite happy with how the double in, double out went.
and she does win.
It's another incredible moment tonight.
We're going to get the crowd in tomorrow. I'm going to hopefully play good darts and hopefully walk away with this little bad boy.
For a 170 checkout. And he's got it.
I think it's just a case of trying to enjoy the game rather than put pressure on myself and force things to happen.
That is a very tight grip.
It's double the drama and it is double the tension. Double Trouble 5 reaches its boiling point as we head towards finals night, and it is boiling here on the south coast of England. Our summer holiday of darts begins here. Double Trouble 5 is about to come to its close, where all the players are looking to be top of the charts. And Red Wang Mi In is top of the charts in the UK for a record extending time. It's the players that are looking to home in their abilities in terms of their doubling. They've got to kick it off and they've got to kick it out in terms of their doubling. And we've got a double act here in the studio this evening. Laura Turner, Paul Nicholson are here to provide context of what we're going to see tonight. And in terms of this week, look, the double in, the double out, the double trouble, it's a different element, different component to the game. In terms of what we've seen this week, what would be your assessment of what we've watched so far?
Yeah, it's been really good, hasn't it? Really entertaining. It's a slightly different format. We don't get to see it all that often, so yeah, it just brings a different dynamic, a little bit more jeopardy for the players, and a lot more entertainment. I actually personally feel, especially this week for us.
Would that be the same opinion for yourself, Nico?
Yeah, I think it's been really refreshing. I've said publicly on many occasions we don't play enough of double start darts, and that's one of the reasons why the Modus Super Series have clung to this double trouble idea and put it out there a couple of times a year, because people are really interested in it. The players really want to play it, the fans want to watch it, and we want to watch it too. And that says something, because we're surrounded by this sport, and the fact that we have really enjoyed the last couple of days, especially with 2 groups per day. We can't get enough of it, but we've only got one more session to go.
Fair to say that the lineup tonight is star-studded, and these are the 6 that we're going to be watching this evening. He reached finals night at Double Trouble 4 and looks to go one better tonight. Scotty Dog is back and is chasing the title. The inaugural Double Trouble champion, Duffman, can lift his 9th trophy at the Live Lounge with success tonight. It's been an impressive week for Fallon Sherrick so far. The Queen of the Palace is seeking her 2nd Specials Week title. He's a legend from down under. He's the beard to be feared. Simon Whitlock hopes to double up on his senior showdown success. An undefeated week so far for the Needle, with the former World Youth Champion add another title to his tally. One of 2 former Double Trouble champions in the field, Steve West can make it a Super 7 on the Live Lounge stage if he gets over the line tonight. Well, these are the 6 players that are in action this evening. Scott Mitchell, the winner of Group A, rather dramatically on Wednesday afternoon. Group B, Neil Duff, Fallon Sherrick and Simon Whitlock all got over the line last night, whilst Keegan Brown and Steve West were the 2 that made it through Group C. And when you think about it, you look at the 6 players that are on display, the crowd that are in tonight, and it has to be said, it's a pretty packed crowd that are here at the Live Lounge. They could have been charged really good money. If you're a promoter looking to put on an exhibition and these were the 6 players on the bill, you'd be more than happy with this.
Yeah, just look at the accolades that they've picked up over the years. Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised if you did go to an exhibition, saw these 6 names on the bill, and I think you'd be absolutely more than happy. Honestly, I think the lineup tonight is really star-studded.
You've got European champions and you've got world champions in there. It was a world champion that won Group A on Wednesday. Scott Mitchell winning it dramatically from Andreas Harrison in the end. And in terms of his week, it felt like he's got this fire in the belly, this vigour for the game back. I know he spends a lot of time here in a commentary box, but he still feels as if there's something still out there on the playing side of things.
I don't know if this is a coincidence, but we're starting to see people who do commentate here starting to improve form-wise. I have commentated and played at the same time, and the intel that you can get from the commentary chair to take to the stage, it's invaluable. And I think Scott Mitchell is on the verge of using it very well. He looked very composed, looks like he was having fun, and winning 10 games in a Group A sometimes is good enough. This week it was.
Never know, it might even tempt a Nico comeback. No, I think we got the answer to that. In terms of what we saw later on in the week, Fallon Sherrick got to the final of the World Match Play on Sunday. She was one of the outsiders, perhaps surprisingly one of the outsiders this week. First time we've seen her play double in, double out in front of the cameras, but it looked like she took to the format like duck to water.
And it's not surprising, is it? I mean, like you've just mentioned, Fallon was absolutely exceptional at the women's match play just last weekend, and she's just brought that form into this. And whilst, yes, she hasn't played very much in this type of format previously, yet it doesn't seem to be an issue. The way she's started legs has been really, really good. She's normally finding that double 16 first start, backing it up with a one or two trebles, and it's that start that has seen her. She could have topped the group. She was the first player to get through via Group B. I think she could have topped it, but maybe just a little bit of that adrenaline dropped off in the last couple of games because she'd already done more than enough.
What of your former pairs partner, Simon Whitlock? What would you make of his week so far?
Yeah, I think he was pretty good on Thursday. He won 3 out of 4 games, just like Duff and Sherrick. So he put himself in a very comfortable position. But there was always going to be one of those 3 that if they didn't get off to a great start on Friday, that they would be quite vulnerable. Simon was that person, and in the end, when he was playing Steve Lennon in Steve's last game, Simon had to win to make sure that he didn't have to beat Neil Duff in Game 10 in the early hours of this morning. And the way that he was able to dispose of Lennon with a 13-darter in the last leg shows that deep down there was still something big to give in this format, and even in straight start darts. I don't think he was particularly happy with the way he played, but the way he was able to dig deep, that really does speak volumes.
However, there's only one person protecting a perfect record, that player being Keegan Brown. And we've spoken about it where sometimes Keegan can be a bit of a confidence player. Got the first couple of wins under his belt, and it just felt like from that point onwards, he just motored through that group.
He really did. Yeah, he knew that he'd done more than enough. We said he had one foot obviously into finals night after going through the card on Thursday, but the fact that he backed it up, did it again, he was fully focused with the task in hand. And then you've got Steve West. How often, Paul and I were speaking about it, how often do you see someone that goes through on 10 points in a Group C scenario? Keegan just ran away with it and just left everyone else to fight for second place.
He did leave everybody else to fight for second place. And look, we know his record in the World Grand Prix. He's played in that format before. A lot of the players have played in the World Grand Prix. How much of a head start was that maybe in comparison to one or two players who might not be so adept in this format?
Well, you think about someone like Keegan. He played 2 World Grand Prix, and they were years apart, and he only played 2 games. So I don't think it was a great deal of experience coming into this. Maybe having the guarantee of 5 games per day just allowed him to relax into it a little bit more. As far as West is concerned, it's pretty similar. Played in a few World Grand Prix. He beat Phil Taylor at the City West. One of the biggest wins, if not the biggest win of his career. But the way that Steve was able to play in his final 3 games, that's the thing he's clinging to coming into Saturday night. 3 games, 3 3-0 victories, and he need every single inch of them. But Keegan stretching his legs, doing wonderful work. West only just making it.
Well, Nick has spoken about the defending champion. What about the inaugural winner of this trophy, Neil Duff?
Yeah, Neil... He seems to come here, doesn't he? And he'll play on the first 3 days, Monday through to Wednesday, and things don't necessarily always click for Neil in the first 3 days. But when he goes into that secondary group, be it B or Group C, something just clicks in Neil Duff, and that's exactly what we saw this week as well. He went into Friday's action. He was top of the table, only by leg difference, but he didn't relinquish it. He had a bit of a dodgy first match, let's say. It was a sub-68 average, but ultimately when you've got that double start element, averages are naturally lower, but then hits the highest average that we saw yesterday evening, just under a 99 average, and that's the quality he has. When he's under a bit of pressure, he knows how to bounce back, and he really knows how to negotiate his way through to a Saturday night.
Yeah, typically Neil Duff week so far. All 4 former winners of this trophy have been in action over the course of the last 5 days. And we caught up with them to see what the magic ingredient, what the magic formula is to pick up the Double Trouble trophy. Steve, defending champion at Double Trouble. What's it been like coming in here having the defender title here?
I don't know. I've not really thought about defending anything, really. Just want to get here and crack on with it and do your best.
There's 3 other guys here that have also won one. But I kind of keeping them going this week, and I'm the trendsetter. I'm the one that won the first one.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it's always great to be here. So yeah, it was just fantastic to win it.
I love it. I mean, I think it's sorts of meant for the boys, to be honest with you. And it's a great leveller. As I said before, you could be number 1 in the world, 128 in the world. If you don't hit that double, then you're not getting off it, you.
It's all about getting the first start in. If you get your first start in, confidence rises, obviously.
It's whether it be double in or a series week, you still have to motivate yourself properly to go out and play.
I mean, everything you win, anywhere you win, is an achievement, and you always feel pride in it. But here it's a little bit more special because it's something, you know, we all love coming here. There's no doubt about that. It's the best place to play darts.
I think it's really fun to play at a double start, but it's so frustrating sometimes.
I mean, everything I've done in the past is the past, right? And now it's new beginnings, including my hips, my back, you know, and I'm looking forward to it.
When you're defending anything or playing on something you've won before, you do have that little air about you that you can do it again.
Oh, it'd be nice just to show that the first one wasn't a fluke.
It would be great to do this one here a second time.
Really proud of what I've been doing here. It's been a great stuff for my career, I think. It's been doing a lot of things for me.
So those are 4 winners of the Double Trouble tournament. Steve West looking to retain the title tonight. Neil Duff, the other former winner in the field, winning the inaugural event. Robert Thornton, Andreas Havison out, having 1, 2s and 3s edition. But these are the groups for tonight. Just a reminder of the format. Best of 7 as opposed to best of 5 that we saw earlier on this week. Scott Mitchell, Fallon Sherrick, Steve West, they go head-to-head in Group 1. Neil Duff, Keegan Brown, Simon Whitlock in Group 2. And this is what the odds look for tonight. Now, it looks as if they've got absolutely no idea where to go. Now, they got Simon Whitlock off as the favourite. Now, when we had a look at this earlier on this evening, you both had perplexed looks on your faces.
We've spoken a lot about how well Fallon has played so far this week. She could have topped Group B. As I've mentioned already, she was the first one through Group B to tonight's finals. So she's really outside. And then you've got the one that's kind of second to last favourite in Steve West, who's coming back and looking to retain the title that he's won here previously. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure I agree with them all this week.
I think you're being very kind. They're all wrong. I looked at that and I thought it was a typo because as much as I would love to see Simon win tonight because, you know, he works very, very hard at his game and he'd love to get another special week under his belt, he's not the favourite. He only just made it through Group B, and then Keegan Brown is second favourite after winning 10 out of 10 in Group C. Make sense of it. The only thing that makes sense is it doesn't make sense.
So in a word, who wins it?
I think for me, I can make a really good argument for all of them. But honestly, I've loved how Fallon's played. If she can maintain that composure and get off to a good start every single leg, she's going to definitely at least put everyone under a lot of pressure.
I think tonight is going to be one between the ears, not necessarily just on form. I think the person who holds their composure the best will win tonight. Got a feeling that Keegan's going to have a really good night tonight. He's got a lot of support and a lot of motivation, but I think Fallon is very dangerous, but never, ever forget about Neil Duff.
Right, we're going to hear your contributions and comments and commentary throughout the course of the evening. Look forward to hearing that. It is 18+, gambleware.org. If you're going to have a flirt on the Super Series, and if you are watching from outside the United Kingdom, please do check on the local gambling regulations where you are based. Right, we're going to start things in a little bit more sedate pace tonight because Scott Mitchell is going to get the action started. We're just going to gently ease into our Saturday bonanza here at the Live Lounge. He takes on Steve West, the defending champion, and we can hear from Scotty Dog now. I caught up with him earlier on this evening. Scott, fair to say, a dramatic week for your perspective. Wednesday, going into it, how much realistic hope did you have that you could win Group A?
None after the first game. I felt that I had to win the first game. I lost it, and I thought, well, let's throw with a bit of freedom now and enjoy it and look forward to Group B or C.
What point did you think, actually, I could go on and win this?
Probably at no point. At no point. And I think that was the secret to it. I think the fact that I didn't have a hope in my head was why I then played okay and won the next 4 out of 4. So kind of work and a couple of days off. So yeah, happy days.
What was the element of the game that you liked the most from your Group A performances?
I think early in the week I was getting in really quickly, and I think that's the secret with this format. You've got to get in with those first 3 darts. And then I was hitting my scoring in the first 9 darts. So yeah, that was good, but it's going to have to be a little bit better than that tonight if you're going to bring home the glory tonight.
I get the sense you've enjoyed the heat of battle this week, Scott.
I didn't know there was a heat of battle. I kind of been going through doing Scotty things, and it seems that maybe 1 or 2 were not so happy with Scotty being Scotty.
In terms of tonight, you've never won a weekly title here before, so how much would you like to break that duck this evening?
You know, you'd always love to break the duck, but for some reason, when I come in on a Saturday night, I don't know whether my mind's right or whatever it is, a Saturday just doesn't work for me here. I don't know whether it's a change of format, the group of being smaller, I don't know what it is, but look, I'm going to throw with freedom. What's the worst that can happen? I can go home early like I do every other one.
Right, wish you all the best. Good luck, Scott.
Thanks, mate.
It's tops. Oh, it's 1-1. Clinical from Scotty Dog. And the treble 17. Can he find the double 16? Oh, you bet your boots he can.
Scott Mitchell.
It's a treble. You can see Thornton nodding in the background as he takes out the 101.
Double top for a 160 checkout. And he gets it this time.
Oh, superb. Scotty Dog Mitchell.
Well, these two had some decent battles in Group A, and they go toe-to-toe as we kick off Saturday night. Scott Mitchell and Steve West gets finals night at Double Trouble 5 underway. And we've got Double Trouble in the commentary box because Laura Turner's alongside Paul Nicholson. Evening, guys.
Really looking forward to this. It's a great field. We've got a legendary referee. We've got a packed house at the Live Lounge on the south coast of England. This is what special weeks were created for, because it could be just a little extra special. 2 people that adorn the flag of St. George, and this guy from Bransgore in Dorset. The farmer who has brought a small selection of the farmy army with him here to Saturday night. His first tilt at a title on Saturday night. I'll say his first tilt. It could be his first title, let's put it that way. He's been close before, but tonight could be his night after. He says he's had 2 days off. We'll come back to that. But this man has won so many weekly titles. He's actually won this title as well. He's the defending champion, and we should never underestimate somebody trying to keep a trophy on the mantelpiece. So in all terms, it's England versus England. And it's first to 4. This is where things change on Saturday night. All week, it's been best of 5 legs. Now, it's first to 4, which is best of 7. The format remains the same as far as double in is concerned. And Paul Hinks is still the man with the mic. And he will be calling in the champ in about 3.5 hours' time. It's all gone a bit quiet, Laura, but it will not be quiet for long. 6 players, a packed house. Things are about to get rambunctious.
Yeah, I really do think they are, especially in a few games' time when Keegan Brown steps up to the hockey, because he seems to have brought half the Isle of Wight with him. But yeah, as you say,
thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a great
First
crowd
leg,
here
Scott
at the Live Lounge.
Game on.
And this will be a fixture that's very familiar to these two. Both of them, well, they featured in Group A, and it was Steve West that did get the better of Scott Mitchell on 2 occasions. Scott getting the one, but interesting hearing Henry speak to Scott. Scott,
60.
Quite obviously, but knows just how important it is to be getting away early. Wants to be getting away in those first 3 darts. So he's done it already.
No score.
Yeah, I think double top is going to have a lot of attention in this game. It's a bit like West versus Thornton. Double top is going to be the primary target to open and to close. But if you have your first 3
100.
darts with points and your opponent doesn't tonight, that could be crucial.
No score.
Wow, it's a disastrous start for Steve. It's 6 darts in and not able to find a double, not able to get to that scoring phase.
How long is it going to be before he changes his mind? Because he spoke to us yesterday about the possibility of moving away from tops.
140.
It's difficult, isn't it? You have to have that mindset, that game plan. We've spoken about it this week, and he's opted for the ball, and he's sticking with it.
No score.
The last thing you need in the first leg of the night is to be brushed. And Mitchell's only got one thing on his mind, and that is get this leg and move on to leg 2. Doesn't matter if he wins by 2 points or 501.
100.
West has just got to get a marker on a starting double.
Yeah, a sarcastic raise of the arms. That's 11 darts in before
55.
kicking off the leg.
Got the car 101.
Well, the mindset should be for Steve, it's only 1 leg. I didn't even have the darts. And it's a slightly longer format tonight, so there's nothing to worry about. Double 16.
85.
No, I do agree. I do think, you can't panic at this early stage, and Steve is so experienced, not just at this format, but here at the Super Series anyway, that
got the
give
car
himself a bit of time
16.
to warm to the occasion.
Gage on the
That's a
first
very
leg, Scott
nice,
Mitchell.
steady first leg for Scotty Dog.
Second leg.
17
Steve
darts
to
at double
first.
start.
Game on.
You maintain that tonight, you've got an excellent chance of winning this thing. But this is where West has got to kick in. It's
100.
already so much better than leg 1.
Yeah, and it comes as probably a bit of a relief as well. Steve West, when we were here yesterday, the issue for Steve, he was starting quite well. He was scoring very well. He knows that's a
55.
big feature of his game. But he was really struggling when it came to the outer ring. Just seeing off that leg.
In his last 3 games,
57.
he was flawless. How many people can you honestly say in the 4 years we've been in this building who are sitting on 4 points after 7 rounds of play in Group C?
100.
Who then qualify? It almost takes the rule book and burns it, because he won 9 legs from 9 and he did get through on leg difference.
60.
I have never seen that before.
No, I don't think I have. I was struggling to remember when someone actually got through Group C just on 10 points. But yeah, when you highlight the fact that he was in a really precarious position with 3 matches left to go, to say the
100.
least, and I guess it just makes his progress here even more impressive.
Absolutely. And he was talking to us yesterday in the studio at around about 5 o'clock, saying, I thought I was out. Well, now he's here.
60.
He is under a little bit of pressure, though. He's cutting a very dejected figure 1.5 legs in. That's not a good sign. He needs something to happen, doesn't he?
We said that yesterday, and I think Steve's kind of demeanour up on the stage yesterday just changed when he was on 4 points with 3 to go, because, as you just said, he thought that mathematically and there had to be so much that went right for him, including his own performance, that he just seemed to relax into it. But for me, it was that 145 when this really kind of bizarre route for it that we weren't expecting. He never goes that way. He said it himself. And maybe that was just a bit of a catalyst just to kick things on.
Yeah, and I think that was a very pertinent point because he went a different route and found success.
140.
Now, he's limited as to where he goes here, but he's been quite stubborn on the treble 20 and the tops in this game, and maybe he needs to use the board a bit different, just to open up some possibilities, because it does look like 2-0 down is a very real possibility here. Well, that would have me flummoxed. Or Scott Mitchell got plan B to win leg 2.
Third leg, Scott.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but for his entire career, he's been a tops guy.
I mean, that was very central in a single 10. It did look deliberate, but I mean, otherwise it was a big drop down.
I think he's also wearing earplugs, which I think for a night like tonight is not a bad thing. He's got his own fans in the audience, but
45.
His Farmy army are outnumbered tonight by the Isle of Wight Massive.
He won't have to worry about being on the wrong end of that for a while. He'll need to get through.
So much better from West that. He's recognised that 2-0 down, something has to change. He's gone to double 18. He's gone for the switch on the treble 19. It has worked. Maybe this is where things can turn around.
140.
Yeah, that's awkward. He's had to move across to open up an angle, and that's the danger.
He's got to move.
Yep.
Can't stay on that 60 now.
94.
Might be listening to you, Paul.
Yeah, he's definitely not got earpieces in. But every time he's switched, something good has happened. So the treble 20 is not his friend at the minute. So if you do have the benefit of using the other part of the board, use it. Because the sands of time are falling. It's the first game of the night, but he knows more than anybody else just how important it is to stay close.
100.
Yeah, you don't want to be defeated by a big margin. And obviously with now the extended format from what we've seen from the rest of the week, there is that possibility of being defeated 4 legs to nil, which is just that extra bit harder to climb if you do lose 3 legs to nil.
Yeah.
95.
Right. Get to a finish here. 114 or better should be the target. Now he's got to switch.
44.
On the bright side, it's a finish, but it's nowhere near where he wanted to be. Mitchell in a very good position here.
Get that, yeah. Like the lie of the first
60.
start, just
Steve
tidy things up. But we were saying Steve West, he may just need something to happen, and he's going to need it to happen quick, but it's not going to be the biggest finish of them all.
96. Scott Lucal, 40.
I think we've reached the point of this game where he needs Mitchell to make mistakes. And he's not making them.
Leg, Scott Mitchell.
If anything, this performance from Mitchell is very reminiscent of what Keegan Brown has been doing for the last couple of days. He's just been going around the stage
Game on.
At his own pace, doing his bits and letting other people stress it out.
Well, West straight in, but he is, I will say, Scott Mitchell
55.
at the moment, kind of the epitome of consistency. He's taken 2 darts in every leg to start a leg, and he's finished every leg in 17 darts.
So do you think 50% on a start is something everybody would take?
Yeah, I think even if it was your 3rd dart in hand, as long as you just get underway in that first throw, it gives you the freedom and the confidence then ultimately to start that scoring phase. You haven't got to worry about it anymore.
Apologies for this short break in play, but this actually might help Steve. If this ever happens, this is an opportunity to just take an extra breath. It is not a negative. This is a positive. Just think inwards and just think, if I'm 3-0 down, this is a timeout. This is what they use constructively in American sports, particularly in basketball, where if they're under stress, timeout, and Steve West is not looking at this positively.
No, you can see that shake of the head there, not looking at it positively at all. Scott Mitchell just taking himself back over to the table. He definitely just looks like the kind of more relaxed of the two.
Well, interestingly there, as the graphics do return, when West was looking at the scoreboard in a negative sense, Mitchell was reading Steve. He's trying to get information as to how Steve was feeling about it. And look what he's done. He's off with 1.
120.
Backs it up with best start I think that we've seen so far in the match. And maybe that comes back to that point you were making earlier with regards to the fact that
60.
When you are sat here in the commentary box, we get to see, obviously, the players face on. We try and read them, try and guess what they're thinking. Some players are easier to read than others, and maybe Scott is starting to utilise those skills up on the stage.
That hockey is like a poker table.
45.
You can't give information away. And who's been the ultimate poker player this week?
100.
Well, it's a toss-up between Sherrick and Brown.
Yeah, I probably would have gone in with Fallon. Even when she's had big shots, big finishes. There's just been no reaction. She hasn't given anything away.
Yeah, and she awaits
100
in game number 3 for Steve West. If this does go pear-shaped for him, he's going to have to beat the Queen of the Palace to stand any hope of making the semi-finals in the defence of his title.
95.
That could be a really important pick-off with that last start, because Scott Mitchell, the way he's been playing, you think he will be on a finish when he comes back, and it's a really, really inviting first start for Mitchell.
100.
I think he's going to be devastated with just a ton. But he has got a chance to win this game by 4-0. Biggest finish of the game
59.
is 46. He needs something
Scott Lucar,
bigger
Wooden,
than that
36.
by 90 to win it right here.
$60.
Wow, that's an incredible
Lucar,
60.
132.
But no reaction to it.
No, importantly, another one in there. And that's unfortunate because it's taken a deflection as well. It was the wrong side of the dart in order to find the bullseye, but it's still deflected even further out.
Yeah, I think to be fair to Steve right there, he hit the ball, but he really wanted to hit the left side of it. Mitchell could be on double 18 again to win it.
58.
And that had a look.
Lucar, 24.
It's a lifeline for Steve. Every leg is crucial on a Saturday.
I mean, this is Steve's first chance at a double to finish a leg.
Game on the
He
fourth
does
leg.
find it third dart in hand. An important leg that could prove to be for Steve West.
Fifth leg, Scott to throw first.
We've seen it
Game
before.
on.
If somebody could just get a leg or two in their first game, even if they lose, it can have such a big effect. Do we even need to talk about last week?
No score.
Derek Coulson, Jack Aldridge, and Ashley Coleman all won 4-3. And it was a 9-dart shootout on Champions Night of Series 14.
38.
Good start.
Yeah, Steve now starting to use a little bit more of the board. That perseverance on the tops target, that's no longer the plan. And Scott Mitchell, for the first time in the match, he didn't get away with the first 3 darts, and he hasn't got away with the next 3.
We've seen plenty of people this week take a 2-0 lead and lose. It's a lot harder to win from 3-0 down, though.
43.
He hasn't taken full advantage of that. Mitchell could even overtake him now with this next open. That's if he gets away.
I think there might be a move incoming for
No
Scott
score.
Mitchell, and I'm surprised that the fact that he keeps leaving double 18, that he hasn't just taken that slightly more natural move over to the right side of the board for double 18.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm quite surprised by that as well.
125.
I wonder if this game is changing. It seems to be before our very eyes.
No score.
Well, let's not forget as well, this 5th leg Mitchell started first.
59.
And despite the fact that Steve West, I think he would have felt he needed to, he should have been putting a little bit more distance between himself and Scott Mitchell. He hasn't really had to. It's going to be dart 15.
40.
There's no reaction there from Mitchell. But there is one from West, curiously. And then he switches on. Typical professional behaviour, that. As soon as their opponent gets away, he says, right, time to crank it.
Yeah, and I think there was just a little smile creeping on the face of Scott Mitchell. He knows that this leg,
100.
he's completely out of it. If he finds a way into this, then there's going to be a lot of mistakes at the back end of the leg from Steve West.
No mistake.
On the 5th leg, Steve West.
He takes it in 3. And we go to leg 6. I think about 6 minutes ago, this was highly unlikely.
6th leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
This is what this format can do. Scott Mitchell had 1 match start in leg 4. 1 match start at double 18. Steve West had his first
no score
dart at a leg in that same leg, and now he has the opportunity here to level things up at 3-all.
You said something yesterday, Laura, which resonated with everybody watching. This sport is played by human beings.
60.
So there's no guarantee of success. Just because you take a 3-0 lead doesn't mean it's going to be 4-0. But when you bring it back to 3-2, doesn't mean it's going to be 3-3 either. I don't get the bull switch. I just don't. I understand he's used it all week, but my opinion is that the bull is not the right cover.
The thing with going for the bull, it's twofold for me. One, as we've always said, it's the smallest target on the board. So, you know, ultimately, why would you want to? But the other thing that it doesn't allow for is if you do slip, you can slip into another double. There is no other double near bull.
Yeah, 25 doesn't count. And Mitchell's gone back to steady Eddie here.
$100.
There he is again. Down to 201 after 9. West needs his biggest weapon.
We've already seen 1 maximum from him. He's looking to find another.
120.
Mightily unlucky. And again, it was just a bit of a deflection. It took the power out of the dart.
Well, let's get it right. That was a flight deflection.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't a bounce out because the point tried to penetrate the small 20. It didn't because it hit the flight first.
60.
It hit the left wing.
But West is not out of this leg. If he can put another one, he's not going to be on a finish, but it just keeps him interested in the
85.
leg. And again,
Scott Lucar,
it's a disastrous last start.
He would take 105 here every day of the week and twice on Saturday nights. He's not going to get that.
100.
But he is going to leave himself very handily placed. Now, I am really keen to see what he does next. Because he's gone for 32, he's gone for tops and double 18 in this game.
134.
And now he's under pressure.
I'm going 9, just because he hasn't left double 16 at the end of a leg yet.
He has now. And he's taken it as well. Mitchell draws first blood in group number 1. 6 legs. And the earplugs are out, so he can finally hear everything that's going on here at the live lounge from the audience. That was a treat of a first game, full of drama. The averages weren't brilliant, but it was a very dramatic game.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where finals night here at Double Trouble 5 has got underway with a 4-2 win for Scott Mitchell. So the former world champion from 2015 at the Lakeside is up and running. We're now about to see the Lakeside winner from 2022. Neil Duff gets his campaign for the night underway against Simon Whitlock, and we can hear from the Wizard now. Well, Simon, seemingly drama follows you everywhere, and last night was no different, was it?
What do you mean? What happened?
It was a very dramatic Super Series week involving Simon Whitlock, wasn't it?
I don't know. I'll just do my usual business. Yeah, just scrape through. Yeah, it's good.
In terms of your campaign, in terms of the darts you threw, what was the element that you enjoyed the most? What was the party game that you enjoyed the most?
I don't even know. Like, I just love playing darts. So yeah, the double start's great, and yeah, there's a few interesting moments where I had to pull some big darts out.
Was it nice to be able to know that you've got that in the locker when push comes to shove, when you're involved in those moments where, let's say, that 13 darter last night against Steve Lennon, when you need to and the situation's tough, you've still got those moments there?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, I guess it's down to belief and all the practice I do. Just believe in myself, and I know I can do amazing things at times.
I know the format's different because it's double in, double out, but you've got a busy end of the year ahead of you. How good a practice is this for yourself to get yourself ready for what is to come over the next few weeks?
Yeah, this is really good. You know, winning breeds more wins, so hopefully I'll end up with a few more wins tonight, and then I'll be really happy.
And you could do something no one else has ever done here before. No one's won 2 of these specials weeks. You won the Senior Showdown right at the beginning of 2026. So how much would you like to add to the collection and make a little bit of history here?
Well, I didn't know that, but yeah, that'd be pretty special, yeah.
I wish you all the very best. Go well. Good luck, Simon.
Cheers, Henry. Thank you.
Look away!
And does that very,
very
well.
Check out. Oh, shot there from...
Oh, go and get it
Game
quickly!
from the sixth place.
I've never seen Simon Whitlock move that fast.
But yeah, it was still great fun, though.
Oh, my word! How has he done that?
Yeah, I'm obviously going to have to play some good darts.
Double 5. Simon Whitlock, superstar.
Well, it could be wizardry in motion. It's the third meeting this week between Simon Whitlock and Neil Duff. Both players making it through Group B to get here. And in commentary, it's Laura and Nico.
Welcome back, Neil. 54 years of age. He lives in Switzerland now, and he's up against the former Australian captain. Simon Whitlock has had quite an interesting week. He's already played against Neil Duff a couple of times. He hasn't beaten him yet, but I suppose no time like the present. This man, an icon of the sport. The Senior Showdown winner from right at the start of 2026 as well. Hometown of Hornsby, but he actually does live very close to the Modus Super Series studio, within about 15 or 20 minutes drive, which is rather handy. Neil does have a small pocket of the audience with him tonight, and a lot of them who have turned up tonight are expecting him to win this because he's a bit of a Saturday specialist. The only thing that really has denied him is what was on the line 7 days ago, and that has to wait. He'll get another chance at some point, but now it's all about the doubling in, which has started very well.
Yeah, started very well, and he's backed it up perfectly. Yeah, perfect start there for Neil Duff, and yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think a lot of people would have looked at Duff of coming into this as a bit of a favourite, but
112
comes Whitlock. I'm hoping this continues in this vein. It's a very good start.
Absolutely, keep this going, guys. I had a 9 darter
100
on that stage 8 days ago from Scott Robertson. We have been treated over the last year or so with a couple
96
incredible legs on Saturday nights, but we've never had a double start 9 darter here yet. Not that we're asking much.
There has only been, what, 3
140
that we could think of for a double start position.
Yeah, if my memory serves me right, they've all been the same.
95. The other car, 101.
Well, this is a really strong start from Neil Duff. Looking to back it up with the 101 finish. And it's tops.
Gage on the first leg.
12
Neil
dart
Duff.
opening leg. It was bookended by finding double top.
Second leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
There were plenty of faces in the audience right there as if to say, oh, now Neil Duff is showing up tonight. But very often when someone has a leg like that in their first outing of the night, it sets the tone for the group. He's setting his own tone here. Perfect start for the second leg in a row.
Would you say that Neil Duff is one of those players that gets better as the week kind of comes to an end?
I was reserving judgment there until dart 5.
95.
He's getting closer. 3 perfect darts, 4 perfect darts. So in the next leg, he's going to have 5. But to answer your question, Neil is like a fine
81.
wine. Pop the cork straight away and you think, oh, I'm not sure about that. Give it, in his vernacular, 3 days in the decanter.
60.
and it's unbelievable. Don't think I've ever left a wine in a decanter for 3 days. But all jokes aside, no, honestly, there's something that switches in Neil when it comes to that final group stage. In this occasion, it was Group B, and then he comes to finals night, and then it's just another level. Although Simon Whitlock is on course here to level things up at 1-1.
One of them, Foxy.
I just had to double check that this is double in, double out. The averages are skyrocketing. Oh my. Well, fair play to Neil. He put the pressure on after Whitlock had a perfect approach from 171. And Duff is not missing tops. This is immaculate.
Third leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
12 followed by a 14 darter. I know it's only a couple of legs in, but for a double start, those averages are world class. They're some of the biggest things we've ever seen.
Yeah. As far as double
60.
start is concerned, it's otherworldly. Curiously, the world record average for a double start game is a loss by Jan van Veen at the World Grand Prix. So the world record winning average is still Alan Warren a little from more than 20 years ago.
One of them, 40.
Neil Duff is absolutely crunching that 60.
No score.
For the first time in the match, Simon Whitlock, well, he's now 6 starts without finding that opening double.
100.
I'll tell you what, Keegan Brown's going to be watching this in the practice room thinking, this is what I'm up against tonight, is it? This will switch him on.
51.
You know how you can have the same result after 3 legs in 2 different games, but they are 2 very, very different matches? That's what we're confronted with here, because these guys have been jousting when in fact Mitchell and West, it was 2 very different players on the stage in the first 3 legs.
77.
Yeah, but
Neil
like Steve West in the opener, Whitlock may be about to find himself 3-0 down, but he's going to have to try and find a way of getting some legs on the board, because Neil Duff, absolutely exceptional stuff. 12, 14 and 15 darts thrown to go into a 3-0 lead, averaging just over 109.
I can confidently say, if he gets a 14 darter in this leg, it's going to be a world record. And it's on.
80.
On Thursday evening, Neil Duff's starting was
89.
probably one of the strongest points of his game. It did kind of ebb and flow when we got into Friday. But so far, to start things off, Neil Duff's missed one dart, just one dart at a double to kick off a leg.
I think everybody in World Darts was gobsmacked by Luke Littler's standard last week in Blackpool. Similar feelings here to this performance from Neil. That's pretty much the first time he's had an ordinary visit.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was trying to think, has he had anywhere he hasn't found a big treble? And things just going bad to worse for Simon Whitlock, but
70.
He has been really up against it from the very off from Neil Duff.
Yeah, he's been suffocated.
80.
Oh, if only that was a 60. He's feeling it right now. He's buzzing. Forget about world records.
39. Neil the car 141.
Just get the 4-0 victory and get yourself within one leg of the semi-finals. Because that's exactly what's on the plate if he wins 4-0.
52.
And just in this fourth leg, some slight wavering, if you can call it that, but Simon Whitlock not on a finish, so just trying to add any kind of pressure.
134. Neil the car 89.
Yeah, that's pressure. Or is it? To end the game.
64. Simon the
He
car
hasn't missed
72.
much.
And this, you feel, has to go for Simon Whitlock.
Double 18.
40.
He's thrown his worst dart at survival time. Duff to put this game away. Needs double 8. Absolutely exceptional. He missed one dart at double to end legs in that game. That is the best he's played this week. He may have had a slightly better average on Friday, but that performance was out of this world. 4-0 Duff.
Well, the former champ, Neil Duff, has laid down the gauntlet. 98.5 average. There's a 1-2-1 checkout in there in getting the better of Simon Whitlock, brushing him aside by 4 legs to 0. So, Neil Duff up and running. We're going to see Steve West for the second time. He must win to stay in. He takes on the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock. And we caught up with her earlier on this evening. Fallon, great to see you here at Double Trouble. First of all, how have you found the week? How have you found the format?
Do you know what? I've really enjoyed it. To be fair, the format's obviously a special week, so it's going to be shorter, but I'm really surprised at myself that I've been really good at double in, double out. So yeah, I'm really happy with how my performance has been this week.
Prior to this week, how much of that format have you played before?
I've played in it once, I think, and it was just like a league match kind of thing that we did where I live. So I'm not really experienced it. So yeah, to play in it, I've really enjoyed it. I found it so much fun, and I've just, I don't know, just excelled myself.
In terms of your performances this week, what's pleased you the most?
The double in. To be fair, I've actually kind of impressed myself a little bit with how I've kind of kept calm, kept this, the scoring's been in and out, but yeah, hit a couple of 180s after the double in, double out, like, great. I'm really happy with where my game is after the match play. So I
was going to say, darts must be really good at the minute. I know it must be a little bit frustrating not to have got over the line, but it was another really good showing for yourself at the Winter Gardens.
Oh yeah, 100%. To be fair, if someone had said, "Oh, you'd make a final," I would have bit the hand off. But yeah, it's going on to next year, and the way that I'm playing at the moment, I can definitely grow from it. So I can play in a couple of Modus Super Series and get my game sorted going into the Worlds at the end of the year.
We like to talk history with you, and you could make a little bit more tonight because no female players ever won a double-in, double-out competition in front of the cameras. That could be another string to the bow, potentially.
I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm used to breaking, like, ceilings and all that, so why not be the first one at double-in, double-out? I mean, I'm going to give it my best.
Right, wish you all the very best, Fallon. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Climbing the ladder. What a display.
Oh, Fallon Sherrock, that's sublime.
Should be a good guy for Fallon Sherrock.
Level 19. And now double 12. To become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-star finish.
Fallon Sherrock.
Once upon a time, this was a weekly final, and West and Sherrock go head-to-head once again. In commentary, Laura and Nico.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Henry, because that was quite a while ago when Sherrock and West met in a final. One of Steve West's 5 weekly wins, not including his double trouble win. The defence of his title could be ended in this game if he loses to Fallon Sherrock. Steve is 51 now with bucketfuls of experience, and he's going to need it in the best of 7 game that will follow. Well, Fallon was full of beans in that interview and has thoroughly enjoyed playing a slightly different format this week, but she is a very good dart player in different codes. She's a great soft tip player. She's obviously very good at double in, double out, and we know about her prowess at straight start 501. But one thing is for sure, Steve has got all the winning experience on Saturdays here. Fallon hasn't won a Modus Super Series week, but she is the current Women's Week champion. So she knows how to get it done on Saturdays. If she goes through West in this game, she will be in the semi-finals.
No score.
And that opening match for Steve West against Scott Mitchell. 11 darts it took him just to kick off in that very first leg. He's going to want to rectify that. He did get better as the match went on, but from 3-0 down, I thought there was going to be a little bit of a fight back, and he did claw back a couple of legs, but not quite enough. And now in the precarious position that he has to win.
The first visit of the night for Fallon was a rare no score.
32.
Didn't last long. So honours pretty much even as we go into visit number 3. There's a purposeful look about West right now. One of, I know that if I lose this game, I'm gone. And the defence of the title is finished.
But we also know that when questions are asked of Steve West,
58.
and he can come up with some pretty solid answers. Just look at the position he was in when he was needing to basically not just win his back 3 games, but
100.
win them by a heavy scoreline. Didn't drop a leg.
Yeah, I think he even surprised himself on Friday afternoon. But here comes Sherrick.
140.
Things are starting to churn now for Fallon.
Fallon's fast becoming, for me, one of those players, we say like first start
45.
merchants, don't we? But when she gets that first start right, and we saw it this week, then she really can back it up and follow it.
Well, she's got some new balance in her career at the minute. New darts, new points. Everything is hitting the board with purity. She's got a trust with the new equipment that
44.
maybe she'd been lacking for about a year. And when you have that trust with your equipment, that tends to transcribe into your confidence.
27.
Well, as dart players, what you don't need is anything to particularly think about. And if you're, at the back of your mind, you're not happy with the setup in any way, shape or form, when things start going wrong, you start thinking, well, is it me? Is it the darts? Is it this? So, yeah, to have that confidence in your equipment is really important.
Yeah, usually dart players blame
62.
the board,
Supercar
the darts, anything but themselves, really. Sometimes you've got to take ownership. And that's what West has done in that first leg. It's only a 23 darter, but the numbers of the legs don't matter. It's how many you can grab. What he can take advantage of here
No score.
is that Fallon is having her weakest start on the opens all week.
Yeah, I can't recall at any point that she's had to switch over to the 18s.
40.
And Steve is off the mark.
We do have the possibility tonight
32.
of a 9-dart shootout, and in group number 1, involving Mitchell, Sherrick and West, the only way that could happen is if West wins by 4 legs to 2, and then if Sherrick were to win 4-2 against Mitchell. It's easy for us to sit here and say we've had enough drama for 1 week, but we can take a little bit more.
Always, absolutely. And on the flip side of that, yeah, we've mentioned the fact that West has to win, but if he wins by a margin of 4-0 or 4-1, then actually that's enough to put him through. So it's a really strange position in terms of where he sits in the fixtures tonight for Steve West. He could be in, he could be out, or he could be pending.
I think that's what's called a state of flux.
130.
But he only has that 4-0, 4-1 scenario because of the 2 legs he won in his first game. That's the benefit of it.
Yeah, Scott Mitchell had a dart at double 18.
Supercar 145.
He's going to go for the new thing. The route, and that's why he was smiling, because when he went for 57.48 tops yesterday,
59.
he said he'd never done it before.
70.
I was about to say, we have seen Fallon Sherrick hit the big fish on more than
56.
one occasion, but
86.
she's not able to hit it here. So a chance for Steve West to go and double his leg tally.
61.
It's not a bad dart.
140.
Just didn't hit the centre. And Sherrick needs to find something with a bit of fizz here, just to get moving. Tops.
74. Supercar
The
25.
proximity of her misses to target are bigger tonight than they have been the last 2 nights.
Shake of the head, needs a big adjustment, finds a big
Gains on
adjustment.
the second leg, Steve West.
Steve West just keeps kind of lifting that arm of
leg
his
Steve through
shirt up
first.
as
Game
well.
on.
When someone does that in sport, it's usually because they're not comfortable, obviously. It could be something to do with
No score.
the dermatology. Might be something under there that just isn't comfortable. Or maybe it's a climate thing. Temperature has gone down on the south coast of England over the last 24 hours. And Fallon, for the first time this week, has shown her genuine frustration at the lack of getting off.
101.
It's almost as if roles have reversed here because West was doing exactly that against Mitchell.
52.
Oh, Fallon has found a double. But I agree. Yeah, she's clearly finding it frustrating.
100.
And that's about it. That's all she shows.
But it's enough,
60.
isn't it? Whether Steve saw it, I'm not quite sure. She's obviously made it quite subtle, but yeah, it's just demonstrative of the fact that it's just not been
60.
as free-flowing so far as it has been.
Well, that's the skill, isn't it? If you are having a game that you're not pleased with, why tell your opponent that?
44.
They know they're 2-0 up. They know they're in front on leg 3. But why would you give them more weakness? Fallon understands this.
60.
So she hid the frustration. So he won't have a clue. But to West's credit, it's not a vintage performance just yet. But he's showing less emotion right now and just trying to get on with the job. It's almost like he's playing beat the score darts. If you score 60, I'll score 85. You score 85, I score 100.
He's just done enough, hasn't he, throughout the match to just keep his nose in front. And it's West once again with the first chance at a finish. Tops is the favoured double for Steve West to start, and he's managed to pin 80 off the back of a Tops finish as well.
Game on.
Fallon's only had one dart at a double to kill a leg off. And that's the first time she's off with the first dart. I wonder if that will have some sort of profound effect.
72.
But if West wins this leg or the next one, he's in the semi-finals. It's amazing how your night can turn around so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
No score.
Now here's the chance of Fallon just to put a bit of distance between herself and Steve West. She's not been in this position at any point in the match.
60.
That is fine. As long as you do find a big score next time. It's how you speak to yourself as well.
60.
Don't be happy or sad with what you've just done. You're off. Now, you unlock what you can do. And he's not able to do it.
64.
But even if Sherritt does get this leg on the board, then ultimately Steve West still has that buffer because he needs to find
40.
a win no matter what.
You were saying a bit earlier that thinking is overrated. I couldn't agree more.
85.
It's actually very hard not to think in these situations. You've been on the stage in a Women's Week finals night. These groups are so
97.
short.
Yeah, just if you're in the position of Steve West, you know, you're going up there knowing that you have to win no matter what. But also knowing if you win by a margin,
100.
then you're actually through. But then you're playing someone who, so far tonight, been a relative. We know what she's done in the week, but maybe a relatively unknown quantity.
132.
Maybe she's just starting to show a little bit more of that form that got her through via Group B.
Yeah, so maybe coming into this game, she was a bit undercooked.
89. Follow Carl.
And is starting to find her form. I just wonder if it's at the right time. Big leg coming up. If West wins it, he's in the semis. If he doesn't, there's a whole different plethora of things to talk about.
77.
And West will know. He will most definitely know that a win here sees him through. Fallon, it's now imperative she gets off, and she has done.
52.
this could be a very big visit. But again, he gets that deflection to the right of the flight. It's a great fix with the third dart. I just wonder what he's going to do from 303. He doesn't really have to go for the 19s here because Fallon can't leave a finish with her next visit.
No, but those kind of shots, they're almost sort of drummed into players.
A bullseye on the cover in the middle of the leg this time. It's worked a treat.
59.
If Steve goes on to win this week, the tagline of the week is going to be the defending champion, by hook or by crook.
96.
He has not played anywhere near his best tonight, but he is 119 points from being the first semi-finalist in Double Trouble 5.
60. Save your car 119.
And almost suffered a 4-0 defeat in his opening match at the hands of Scott Mitchell.
59.
And if he does convert 60 points next time round, Fallon has got a very steep mountain to climb against Scott Mitchell in game number 5.
64. Save your car 60.
She has left to finish. But it makes absolutely no difference. Steve West has done exactly what he needed to do. He should know, because of his experience, that he is into the semi-finals. But even when people tell him, just to confirm it, he might not believe it. He has not played his best tonight, but on the checkouts and the opens in that game, he was much better than his first game tonight.
Well, despite losing his first game, Steve West is the first player into the semi-finals, having got the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 1. So this is what we've seen so far this evening. Wins for all 3 players that have thrown first in their matches, Mitchell, Duff and West respectively. And Simon Whitlock needs exactly the same if he's going to stay in the race to win his second Specials week of the year. He takes on Keegan Brown, who has a perfect, unblemished record so far this week. He won all 10 of his Group C games, and ahead of Saturday, we heard from him. Keegan, not too much more to say other than perfect as far as this week's concerned, is it?
Yeah, it's been all right week. Really unexpected to win all 10. The calibre of the players that we had, I've been happy just to win maybe 4 or 5 games. But hey, I'm going to take the 10 all the way.
I know we've spoken at times about how you could be a real confidence player. So once you got a few wins under your belt on the Thursday, did it just feel like you were just hitting a bit of a rhythm? Yeah, definitely. And obviously, when Friday came, I knew I was like halfway there. And then obviously everybody else started looking at tables, started working out leg difference and points. And I just thought, just go up there. They're worried about something else. Just go up there and win. That's all you have to do. It's quite easy to not look at the table when you win every game, isn't it? It's very wonderful at times, I'm not going to lie. But no, in all seriousness, it was a really good group of lads in there this week and really good laugh. And yeah, so more than happy to take the 10 wins. What's your game at generally? Because we saw you have a decent run in Toronto. You did a few bits at the World Masters, winning the pair with your pal Jess Smith. At the minute, it feels like darts is in a good place, a good space for yourself. You've got the right balance. Yeah, definitely. This time of year helps me arthritis. So, maybe a bit hot in here at the moment, but it just helps things. But yeah, I'm just enjoying the wave. You take the... When you take the bad days, you have to realise that the good days are very good. And when it does happen, unfortunately, you think, do you know what, I've had a good couple of bumps, I'm happy with that. Has perspective been a big thing that's been added to your game recently? Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of them things where, there's things that are bigger than a game of darts. And sometimes you just think, do you know what, I'll just go up. If I give it 110%, I give it 110%. If I lose, I lose. But if I win, happy days. Right, wish you all the very best. Who knows, another one tonight. Wish you all the best, Keegan. I get the tissues ready.
We are the eye of the needle.
The needle, Keegan Brown!
167 now. Can this be the bullseye? Finds the bullseye, Keegan Brown.
It's the ball for a 117. Another ton-topping finish is a 117. Bullseye.
Oh, what a shot! A 164. Points left. It's another double 18. It's another incredible moment tonight.
But it's been a horrendous 2.5 years. But for me, just to play darts to a good level.
Last time he won a week, he needed tissues, and Keegan Brown is looking to clean up again if he can get over the line later on this evening. He takes on Simon Whitlock. These two would have played each other countless times on the exhibition circuit over the last few years. Let's get into commentary and hear the thoughts of Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson for this one.
I tell you what, Henry, I wish they would stop playing that, because it's a real gut-wrencher watching Keegan shedding tears. What an incredible night that was when he beat Jimmy Van Schkeet. I wonder if he's going to double his tally on this stage with a Specials week, because he hasn't lost this week. Well, Simon Whitlock can't afford to lose, because he's out if he loses to his longtime friend Keegan Brown. Simon has had his back against the wall pretty much ever since round 2 on Friday night. And Keegan Brown has been in front pretty much all week. 10 wins out of 10. If you can make it 11 out of 11, he will be in the semi-finals with Steve West and with a game to spare. And he would take Neil Duff with him. So let's see what Whitlock can do when things get a little bit tricky.
In fairness, for the first, I would argue 3 legs, Whitlock really didn't do a great deal wrong. Neil Duff at that point was averaging just around 109. He was just playing exceptionally well. There were a couple of legs where Simon Whitlock, he could have made it 2 apiece, but the doubling at the back end of his legs was a bit wild, possibly because of the amount of pressure he was under.
No score.
I concur with that. And Keegan Brown has got about half the audience. winning 10 games out of 10,
no score.
You've got to do an awful lot right. And curiously, on Thursday night, he was talking about how fortunate he was. Well, maybe you can get some
72.
fortune along the way, but when you don't lose 10 games in a row, you've done a lot right. Well, he's off to the same sort of start that Fallon Sherrick had in our previous game with West against Sherrick. And this is something that Whitlock can expose. He can actually qualify for the semi-finals in this game if he wins by 4-0.
Yeah, there are a few permutations, but some of them you feel maybe a stretch too far, but who knows?
108.
As Keegan Brown does get his campaign, his finals night underway.
Interesting what he was just saying as well to Henry in that interview about how warm it is at the Live Lounge.
96.
Some people don't like it. Keegan said it's beneficial because of the syndrome he has. It's called Sjogren's. It actually warms up his joints and makes it easier for him to grip the
58.
dart. But if Brown gets one leg in this game,
95.
Neil Duff qualifies for the semi-finals. It's that definitive.
Well, Whitlock will be trying everything to keep Brown at arm's length.
125.
Although that one was a bit of a flyer.
138.
So many occasions yesterday, the setup play from Keegan Brown, when you think he's down and out, he manages to find just a really big score and get himself right back into the leg.
136.
Okay. Did somebody forget their calculator today? I thought maybe the first time I've ever seen Simon miscount. He's still laughing.
Completely unintentional, but yeah, it was a big reaction from Keegan Brown, who was scratching his head as well as to the fact that Simon Whitlock put his left to. That old rule, you left it, you get it.
He's got it. He's all smiles. I get the feeling that his young son Mason's going to be quizzing him on that one later. All's well that ends well. But that's not what this format's all about. It's all about what starts well as well.
Yeah, we need some kind of new proverb for that. All's well that ends well, starts well, and actually goes pretty well in the in-between bits.
I'm sure Henry's got his pen and paper out right now. Writing a limerick about double trouble 5. But we don't have anybody from Limerick here. But we do have a lot of people who are
42.
quite local to this place. Steve West, Waterlooville, not far from here. Simon Whitlock, Waterlooville. Keegan Brown, Isle of Wight, just across the water. And
35.
not in the Atlantic Ocean sense. It's literally a ferry ride from just down the street.
Yeah, Scott Mitchell's only the next county over.
58.
Kind of says something about this area of the UK, doesn't it? Because this is a stacked field tonight. It's not like Fallon Sherrick is from
80.
so far away. It's probably about 2.5 hours drive. Well, Brown is on 350. You can't leave a finish from here. Well,
I think having a big crowd can go one of two ways. And we've just seen a big reaction from Brown to his supporters off the back of that. But sometimes it does bring its own added pressure to be able to maintain that kind of performance.
looking for an albatross. 350 and 6. Golden Brown.
127.
Texture's not like the bull.
You do like a 350, don't you?
I do, because they're rare. It's like going to a
60.
car boot sale and finding Tiger Woods putter in somebody's bag. Well, you have a wonderful leg and then you miss a single.
27.
Yeah, and that single 3 was only just in that big section of the number.
Just a reminder, if you're just
58.
joining us,
Kicker
Neil
car
Duff won his
16.
first game 4-0 against Whitlock. That double going in means that Neil Duff is in the semi-finals. So the two players that have won this title before that are here tonight still have a chance of getting that second double trouble win.
$109.
But then you look at Sherrick, you look at Whitlock, special week winners this year, looking to create history. They're in trouble.
58.
Big trouble.
Yeah, and the biggest reason for that, obviously, yes, they've suffered those early defeats, those heavy early defeats, but it just means now at this point your fate is not necessarily in your own hands.
Yeah, that's the kind of celebration that is synonymous with a Saturday night for Keegan.
60.
He's been so mellow over the last couple of days. I think he's starting to get Thursday and Friday feels at this place, but he fully understands the Saturday feels as well.
123.
Yeah, he's definitely a lot more animated. And understandably so. I do think that there are... We've quite often commented, haven't we, that you've got players that we feel come alive when they play on the stage and those that play well on the floor. Well, if you can get both, if you can find that formula.
What about that for a formula?
Whitlock.
The Wizard brought the right spell book.
Keegan through first. Game on.
If he can find finishes like that, maybe he can survive in Group 2. Now, he is not going to go through to the semi-finals automatically from this fixture. He does need help. But if he can beat Brown, who better to call than Neil Duff, who's averaged nearly 100 in his first game?
You get to those type of matches and you're almost kind of tag teaming someone in that you hope wins on your behalf.
66.
We've got plenty of specials, Laura. We've got Double Start, we've got Women's Week, we've got Senior Showdown, International Pairs. Is that your subtle petition for Tag Team Week?
Yeah, yeah, maybe the commentators, they all get someone they can tag in, and I'm going to claim Derek Coulson.
Oh, I was going to go for him.
96.
I'll take Jack Drayton.
Yeah, nice. I think there's plenty. There's plenty just playing tonight that you wouldn't mind playing on your behalf.
We have not had a game go 4-3 here tonight. I'm getting 4-3 vibes from this one.
58.
Yeah, most of the games they've just been dominated, haven't they, by one player. Even though Steve West, he's had the tightest result of them all, 4-2. He was 3-0 down.
77.
I'm still trying to figure out whose flights Simon Whitlock is using. They're orange, but they have a paw print on them.
97.
Usually when I say a paw print, I think of Casey Vinakainen. But that is not a cat's paw. That might be a crown.
I think it's...
140.
Definitely does look like a paw.
It's definitely not something that is branded with him on it. He's got quite the eclectic mix of stuff in his Wizards bag.
52.
Maybe Tiger Feet vibes.
He's got to be careful here to leave a finish. He's got 74. It right this time.
King of Car 100.
Might be a smidgen too late, though. Well, that was betwixt and between.
60. And
going tops with someone on 136 is the ultimate compliment. As soon as that first 60 is missed, Keegan in the background
60.
said, right, come on then.
40.
And once again, just to level things up, double 10 required. It should be a good guide. He's moving over just to use that dart. And that's mightily
20.
unlucky. And this is a huge chance for Simon Whitlock.
It's impossible to get closer than that without hitting it. It is tops.
36.
But it isn't a 3-1 lead.
20.
It is 2-2 though.
big darts, kind of big moments in the match, because saw it when Simon Whitlock took on Neil Duff in his opener. He missed a couple of darts in leg 2, same again in leg number 4, and found himself the wrong side of a 4-0 whitewash. That slip could be so costly.
No score.
I think the only game tonight where we've referenced averages in a positive sense is when Neil Duff was hammering Whitlock 3-0. But honestly, this is one of those nights where averages mean absolutely nothing. This is about exchanges between the two players on the hockey.
108.
Yeah, it's something we've picked up and highlighted, isn't it, throughout the week, that even Neil Duff, who still ended up on a very good average, 98.5 is what it finished at. That's only because he had just a slightly slower last leg.
Well, Brown has not led this game.
140.
And this is a very, very tense atmosphere, because Whitlock does not want to leave the live lounge at the end of this match. He wants to stick around. And the only way that happens is if he beats Keegan, who was wearing pink for the first time this week.
Yeah, he's just saving it, isn't he, for the stage. 50% of the field all donning pink tonight.
Yeah, 3 players in pink, but only one of them can be perky.
$42.
This could be an opportunity for Keegan if he can get on a 2-darter. I'm going to be really interested to see what Whitlock does here.
95.
Which double does he want to leave? He's not going to leave one.
Now, Keegan Brown.
42.
I don't know about you, Paul. I'm
Keegan
never
Brown,
100% sure as to which way he is going to try and finish.
Come on, Maestro. Show us what you want. He doesn't get what he wants.
52.
Neither player did.
70.
It's like they're following each other to the end of leg 5. But only one can take it. And his name is Simon.
Simon Whitlock.
One more leg for him.
6-leg
And he
Keegan
will
to throw
still
first.
have a chance
Game
of
on.
making the final 4. Yes, that's right. Simon Whitlock knows where the camera is now, and he was staring right into your soul.
32.
And that was a great find with the last starting hand from Keegan Brown. Simon, I'm not sure he likes the lie, but it looks like he's persevering.
No score.
That was a really interesting use of the marker on double 16. He was trying to slide it down from the angle. I've never seen him do that before in the bottom half of the board.
He did say yesterday, though, he's that type of player. He's always trying to work on subtle ways to find that small level of improvement.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He's like Geppetto.
90.
He's always working on something.
$82.
The atmosphere in the live lounge right now is so tense that the air could make cheese.
58.
We knew this lineup this week was going to be good. We tried to build it up with the pre-show. But when we get to
96.
this point of the groups on Saturday night, it's always very exciting. But for some reason tonight, the atmosphere is thicker.
Yeah, it's almost like, as
81.
mentioned, the crowd, especially the crowd that have all come in over from the Isle of Wight for Keegan Brown, not breathing every time he steps up to the hockey, and then there's this little release after he's finished his 3rd dart.
I think that could be the case.
76.
It's a really good switch. And exhale. Some of those people are here for Scott Mitchell, who is having quite a long break right now, but he is back in
64.
the next game against
Keegan Carr,
Colin Sherrick.
16.
That's perfect. Is this? Sweet as a milk.
Keegan Brown.
now he gets the opportunity to knock Simon out.
7th final leg,
Of the
Simon
tournament.
through first. Game on. Thank you.
Well, we did say we thought this was going to be a really close match. Paul, you called it. You said you thought it was going to go the distance.
No score.
And Simon Whitlock cannot get off with those first 3 darts. This is a big chance. You've said it already. Keegan Brown has not led at any given point in the match.
And I don't think World Grand Prix experience at double start
32.
counts for anything anymore. This is about the now.
You can have all the experience in the world, can't
No
you?
score.
But ultimately, it's just what you do in the moment, on the day.
Yeah, and not getting off with 6 darts is a disaster.
$59.
But Keegan Brown, despite having that advantage of opening up the scoring phase, hasn't really run away with it. And now Whitlock is off.
51.
I've not said it all week, but I can't keep it in anymore. I love this format. We don't play it enough.
100.
It is genuinely nerve-shredding.
Yeah, you not only are you just totally
96.
concentrating and focusing on the win, you also just don't want to be that player that's just sat back or not having moved off 501 by the time your opponent sees off the leg.
100.
That's pretty good. The lead is 2 trebles. It's 1. It's none. Wow, what a 180 that is. We can talk about the quality of the darts, but what about the timing?
Still, most definitely advantage Keegan Brown.
138.
It's a great response from Keegan.
That is the ultimate 180. However, it doesn't get him to a finish. And with his back against the wall, he's coming up big again. But the biggest problem he's got is that Brown is on a finish first.
72.
If Brown does not put him away here, Whitlock could survive. Double 12. It was thumbs up from Whitlock, but he is eliminated by Keegan Brown, who finds his best darts towards the end. And with his back against the wall, Whitlock did come up big with 2 perfect visits, but ultimately he left it 1 visit too late. Wow, what a game that was. That means that Keegan Brown is through, and so is Neil Duff.
Well, Group 2 is all sorted on this Saturday night. Keegan Brown into the semi-finals, and that win against Simon Whitlock has taken Neil Duff with him. So the Wizard will depart. Keegan Brown keeps up his perfect record for the week. The man in pink with a win in game number 4. And that's going to be the theme for game number 5, because Fallon Sherrock and Scott Mitchell go toe-to-toe. Fallon fighting for her life, needs to win to stay in up against Scott Mitchell, who got off to the perfect start against Steve West in his opener. So it's our penultimate group stage match this evening in Double Trouble 5's finals night, and watching it all in the commentary box, Laura Turner is alongside Paul Nicholson.
Can anybody see a pink dart shirt from here? Because there are plenty. But this time, Fallon cannot afford a slow start. She's up against it. She's got to win 4-0 or 4-1 to qualify, and that's because she lost 4-1 to Steve West after a slow start. Mitchell has not been on the hockey since the end of game number 1, which he won by 4 legs to 2. He could have won it by a bigger margin, but as you can see, he only needs 2 legs this time. And considering he spends a lot of time up here doing permutations with us, Laura, he's going to know that.
Yeah, he most definitely will. But there is always a danger when you just think about legs. You cannot do that. I'm sure Scott will not be doing that. But ultimately, we have seen players fall when they know they only need a couple of legs. They focus on that instead of just going up there and just focusing on the win. Big task here now for Fallon Sherrock. But we know that she has shown the levels. She just cannot afford to be missing those opening darts at double.
No score.
Early frustration, which Mitchell can take advantage of, and does.
I get the sense whenever I watch Scott Mitchell play that he is a player that will feed off of someone else's frustration, possibly more than anyone else.
But this is a little bit better than her first game.
59.
She's off on visit 2. Mitchell, when he won Group A this week, averaged just under 85. For double start darts, I think that's
100.
very good. There's that old adage from some of the great commentators from the last couple of generations. Dave Lanning, Sid Waddell, Stuart Pike, Nigel Pearson.
80.
They always used to say, take your double start average and add 10. Well, add 10 to that, and Mitchell's average 95 for Group A. That's elite.
60.
And you feel they may be the levels that Fallon's going to have to find, because as we've already mentioned, it's not just a win, it's a win by a margin.
41.
Yeah, like trying to go down the world's skinniest street. You've got no wiggle room. She needs Mitchell to make mistakes. She can afford to lose this leg, but then she would have to win 4-0 from there.
$44.
And one thing's for sure, Laura, the odds compilers definitely got it wrong tonight, because they thought Simon Whitlock was the favourite, and he's the first person eliminated.
Yeah, I didn't agree with the way that the odds were kind of stacked tonight
100.
either.
Not on a finish after 15 is something that Sherrock didn't do a great deal of the last couple of nights. That's brilliant from Mitchell. There's even a reluctant clapping of the hands from the Sherrock audience, because that really was a brilliant visit.
Yeah, great set-up play from Scotty Dog Mitchell.
60. Scott Lucar, 40.
Fallon, though, she's on a finish. She's just not finding that treble 20 enough at the moment. And if this goes for Scott Mitchell, Fallon cannot afford to lose another leg.
Second leg,
This is just a typical Scott performance. He's throwing with ease. He used to throw things before he threw darts on stage. He used to throw dogs into the audience after walking an imaginary dog onto the stage.
No score.
But right now, Sherrick has got to throw some bombs.
Shake of the head, because they're all round it. And the grouping, well, I don't think you can get any better when it comes to grouping, but the adjustment just slightly off.
Well, double 16's postcode has been Fallon Sherrick's pocket over the last couple of days, but it looks like double 16 has moved. You can completely understand her frustration.
72.
We know what she can do when the questions are tough. But to win 4 legs of double start darts consecutively against a former world champion,
100.
It's kind of a big ask.
Former world champion, but also the player that managed to top Group A. He's had a couple of days rest and he's come back and he's looking pretty sharp.
140.
That's where she's got to stay after a good open in every leg that's left in this game.
Yeah, at this point, you've just got to break it down, haven't you? One leg at a time. Just focus on that. Just hope you can just have enough in the tank to hold on. But Scott Mitchell replies with a 2-treble visit of his own.
I will say one thing. The proximity to target is better than her first game, but it's
100.
ultimately even more frustrating if you're hitting the wires.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, but I totally agree. I actually think that is far more annoying than getting a great big 20. That's rather annoying as well.
43.
Well, that's an opening for Sherrick. Even though Mitchell has a chance to take her out in this leg, Sherrick has got to make hay while the sun goes down on the south coast. It's not the end of the world, but Mitchell gets his first opportunity to make the semi-finals. That chance has slipped. Just wonder if Sherrick is going to think about double 18 here.
86. Following the car, 66.
Ordinarily, she would. And she does. Needs it. Gets it. There's always a good sign when the single is in the middle. That 20 was bang in the middle. And that double 18 was right on time.
Decisive and definitive finish from Fallon Sherrick. And this time she's off first start of asking. And sometimes you just need that clean clutch
72.
finish at the right time just to spur you on.
Her job is very simple. She's got to keep Scott away from the doubles at the end of the legs.
80.
She's got to get out, and she's got to outscore him. So Mitchell's job is very simple. It's the anti-Sherrick menu.
100.
I've got to get to the doubles.
But this goes back to a question I think that you posed yesterday is, are you better being chased or are you better being the chaser? And we have seen Fallon, you go back to say maybe when she played the Grand Slam that year where she pushed Peter Wright, that when she's been under pressure, she can just find these key moments, these little purple patches of play.
Well, she's up against the dog on the stage, but right now, Sherrick is the Doberman, the stalker, the hunter. If we can get to 3-1 Sherrick, we effectively have a one-leg shootout. But you've got to get there first.
45.
Now, what's she going to do when she comes back, Laura? 54s or 60s?
I mean, a 60 hitting this leg has been particularly good, but yeah, it's all about what she wants to leave off the back of this.
58. Following the car, 144.
Let's find out. Options. Using the marker, but not to great effect. That leaves 108, so maybe switching to the 19s or the 20s is the play here.
54.
It was always going to be awkward, wasn't it, to try and get a dart through those two. They were acting like a bit of a barrier on each side of the treble 18.
Well, I just wonder, Laura, if this is quite symbolic. Because there was a 90 checkout from Sherrick in Group B that was crucial to her qualification. And she needs it again. This time, it's double 15. Previously, it was the bull, but they're both absolutely beautiful.
First. Game on.
Again, Fallon full of focus, and this time it's not first start off for Scott Mitchell, it's not second. He'll be hoping for the third dart to find the target, and it hasn't.
Why do I get the feeling that the floorboards are getting rather creaky for Mitchell? Because as he tries to creep towards victory here, Sherrick is starting to sprint.
152.
152 to kick things off for Fallon Sherrick, and yeah, I agree. And now I'm wondering if Scott Mitchell is just thinking, it's okay, let's not worry yet. I only need that second leg.
Been there. Didn't do that.
I know I work in this and I do commentate on it, but I tend not to look at the table when I've played in these previously. So I do just go up there with the idea of let's just try and win.
You fibber.
No, honestly.
I admire that. I don't think I could. He's off. Finally, with Sherrick at the halfway
56.
point. He's effectively going to need a maximum when he comes back.
Those two darts, once again,
100.
just sitting on top of the wire, but this time manages to squeeze it out through to the treble 20. Don't get me wrong, there are situations where I would like to know what needs to happen, but I think in this scenario, personally, I wouldn't necessarily want to know.
60.
Yeah, I think sometimes ignorance is bliss.
149.
There was a change of the mind there. Initially, it was going to be the 60, but
58.
the switch hasn't paid great dividends. But look at the lead. I think Mitchell, in his own mind right now, is thinking this is going to be a one-leg shootout to see who qualifies. Steve West in the practice room's thinking, I'm glad I'm not in this game.
Treble 14 for double 16. To go within one of the match.
59.
It's not the worst place start. She will be back.
She hasn't left double 16 as a kill shot a great deal here tonight. And it might be showing up at just the right
60.
time.
Follow the car, 32.
To take us to a one-leg shootout. That's where we're going. After taking a 1-0 lead, Sherrick has won the next three. Whoever wins this leg qualifies for the semi-finals in double treble 5.
Pressure for both of them. The start will be imperative.
32.
She's off. Mitchell has to follow, if not better that.
Just see Scott, he was just chatting away to himself there on that second dart. He has found the double,
41.
but just a single one. This is edgy.
It is. It's great to watch. And I can confidently say that Fallon won't have a clue.
140.
She will not know this situation. She plays with this degree of ignorance, which is one of her strengths. Mitchell will know everything.
41.
Just at the wrong time for Scott Mitchell. There's just been a little loss of form. You saw that pull in the arm, didn't you, when the last start? He's kind of reaching
60.
to try and make a single 20, but can only find a single one.
Well, is it fair to say, Laura, that the thing that has returned the most in this game is the focus from Fallon? Or is that just a byproduct of stuff she's hit?
Could be a bit of both, couldn't it? The focus is there because she knows
100.
She has to win, but I guess the byproduct of not getting frustrated is actually doing what you're intending to do.
The lead was 50. It's a lot more now.
140.
She didn't even think about switching.
Scott looking to fill it up.
Wow! What a maximum that is.
29.
The shot is off. Mitchell gets another chance. It feels like an eternity since he had a chance
87.
at a 138 to get through.
139.
But if he does hit this, he will qualify for the semis, and the game won't even be over.
139 though, one of those really tough finishes where you need 3 perfect darts. The combination not started for Scott Mitchell and Fallon Sherrock.
94.
Well, she
Following
needed
car,
a 4-1 or 4-0 result. This is her chance.
On the kills, she has been lethal. And she kills off Scotty Dog with an incredible comeback. She may not even know if she's done enough. She's shaking hands, and she's not even sure if she's done enough, but she has. She's into the semi-finals, and after winning his first game tonight, Scott Mitchell has just seen everything turn around. It's not going to be his night, but it could still be Fallon's.
Welcome back to the Super Series. Fallon Sherrock is into the semi-finals as a result of a 4-1 victory over Scott Mitchell before the break. So it is Sherrock that goes through alongside Steve West in Group 1. Scott Mitchell will depart. Keegan Brown and Neil Duff, they are playing effectively a best of 7 leg double in, double out bull off because both players are into the semi-finals. Usually in sport we say winner stays on, but it's loser stays on in this particular moment. So Brown v Duff, winner tops Group 2. And let's head over to commentary. Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, there's a bit of a debate on the stage right now between Brown and Duff, two former weekly winners. Probably trying to figure out, okay, so who wins this game and who plays who? Well, let us inform you of that, because Steve West is going to play the person who does not win this game. Whoever wins the game, eventually, will play Fallon Sherrock and will have the darts in that second semi-final. Keegan, there's a game of darts to play.
Do you get the sense that these two are kind of practicing with a demeanour of two players that know that they're through no matter what?
They're squeezing a lemon like it's endless juice. Come on, guys. We've got a schedule to keep. I don't know, walking around this place like you own the joint. Well, fair play to them. They are winners in this sport, so maybe they could own the joint. We know that Neil Duff has very high ambitions of being the best player that the Modus Super Series has ever had.
First leg, Keegan through first. Game on.
If he were to win tonight, he would ask another question of Derek Coulson as that debate rages on. But effectively, Henry is correct. This is possibly a 7-leg bull-off.
89.
Yeah, just playing for position, playing for order. And the game has now got underway after their... Would be interesting to know what their hearty discussion was about.
Any ideas?
I wouldn't want to speculate.
Debating how many #1 hits have had more than 15 weeks at the top of the charts. Keegan asking, what's it like in Switzerland this time of year?
55.
Well, maybe Neil was very curious as to why nobody from the Isle of Wight brought any tomatoes tonight, which is why I'm in a bad mood.
He did put in a special request. I think it probably... No, was it the early hours of the morning or was it still during the afternoon? They all merge into one after a while.
They were aware of it. No garlic, no tomatoes, no nothing.
140.
If you're not aware, the Isle of Wight is very, very famous for garlic and tomatoes because of the climate.
83.
Switzerland is very famous for fondue and being very neutral.
100.
And rather beautiful. If you're not aware, Neil Duff actually lives in Switzerland, not Northern Ireland anymore.
99. Neil Duff,
although you may be forgiven sometimes to think that Neil Duff doesn't live in the vicinity of Portsmouth.
Yeah, he spends so much time here, the local council wants council tax from him.
100.
That's a good ton from Duff. Now, Keegan's got a whole bunch of different finishes up his sleeve. This could be one of them. And apparently it is. Now, could he possibly
second leg Neil through first.
Win 14 games straight this week to win the title?
Well, I guess that's probably now the goal, isn't it, for someone like Keegan Brown? The fact that he's gone through the card, he's obviously won his opening match in that dramatic last leg decider against Simon Whitlock. So there are a lot of players that say, yeah, the ultimate goal, the goal is to lift the title. But especially when it comes to finals night, they want to be able to do that and say, I won it and I didn't lose a game.
Now, is it
100.
really important? I'm not going to say for Neil here because I don't think he's going to spend much energy here. He's just going to do what he usually does and save all of his remaining energy
100.
for the semi-finals and potentially a final. But what we saw from Keegan against Whitlock was a spending of energy we haven't seen for the last couple of days. Is it important in this game that he doesn't utilise that?
It could well be. And We've always got this little bit of a side story going on, don't we? When we have Neil Duff and Steve West in the same week, in the same conversation as Keegan Brown fires back a 180. I wonder if Neil Duff will want to win this, get to the final and try and play Steve West.
77. Keegan Brown 132.
I don't know.
Oh, you silly sausage. Now you just tantalised us even more, as Keegan was tantalising something fizzy.
I didn't know if you were talking to me or Keegan when you said that.
I've called Keegan a silly sausage many times over the last 15 years.
56. Neil the car 104.
Plenty of room in the 60. Double 12.
92.
He knew it wasn't in as soon as he
Keegan
threw
car
it.
76.
Yeah, just got the release wrong.
Back of the net for Keegan, a 2-0 lead. He just refuses to lose.
Back-to-back legs one with combination finishes.
He's feeling it. He actually looks more comfortable tonight than he has for the last couple of days. That's a terrifying prospect.
70.
And he's got out on the first visit every time in this game. Double 16 has been on the end of a string.
40.
And sometimes I wonder if Keegan does play with this air of almost having something to prove. And I don't mean to prove to himself, or if you look at his CV and what
59.
he's done, but he does quite often come here and he's not necessarily always an odds-on favourite. You even mentioned it tonight, that he's the only player not to have lost a game and he still wasn't favourite to
60.
win.
Yeah, what's he got to do? Win 11 out of 10. But then again, he was talking in his interview about 110%.
Yes.
Which isn't actually possible.
42.
Yeah, that second finish to the delight of the Keegan Brown supporters.
55.
Isle of Wight delight. Sounds like a dessert, doesn't it?
It's possibly a range of tomato that you still don't have.
Don't do it.
96.
I'm going to have to Google that in the break and see if it's anything.
I wouldn't if I were you.
60.
Well, there's a little bit of frustration for Neil. I think you can tell that he doesn't want to just meander through this fixture and get into any semi. He wants to take on Sherrick. He wants the darts in the semi-final, and I don't
75.
blame him.
Well, Keegan Brown not left himself
81.
on a finish, but even so, you've got Neil Duff affording him at least 6 darts from this.
Their first meeting this
79.
week. Could be the first of 2. If they both win their semi-finals, they're playing for the trophy.
135.
Excellent approach from
Keegan
Neil.
car 80.
But there could be more volume in the lounge in the next 2 darts. Oh,
No score.
no, not
Neil
that.
the car 70.
Yeah, really loose start. Didn't make sure of it. Duff, 1 dart at
30.
tops.
Keegan car 80.
I think Keegan was slightly embarrassed by the 80 bust. But he could put it right. And that one's a bit higher.
Is it a bit too high? Are they guardians of the
60.
tops?
Neil the car 40.
Yeah,
James on
nice
the
shot.
third leg. Neil goes.
Bit of a scrappy leg, but Neil does get within 1.
Fourth leg Neil to throw first. Game on.
You never think you're going to do it, but there's always the risk of busting a shot like 80. The good thing is you can't bust
61.
your first score in double end, or indeed straight start, but there are so many different complexities when you add double in and you get a
146.
perfect start like that.
Neil just resetting, obviously not happy with something.
100.
But that is the thing, when you are here and you do have a player that perhaps just has a slightly more support, and from what I can hear at the moment, showing complete respect when anyone's throwing on the oche, but
84.
if things aren't free-flowing for you and you're on the back foot, that can just be another thing you're thinking about.
Anybody who's played Jimmy Van Schie on this stage in the last 2.5 years can attest to the fact
100.
that if you're up against a popular player, this place is very different. Ask Jeff Smith.
101.
Ask Marvin Van Velsen, because they both beat Jimmy Van Schie in a series final, and it was rambunctious to say the least in here.
King of the car, 170.
Could be a drawn game at 2-2. Brown's second chance at a 170 tonight. Doesn't get the first dart this time.
You have to say,
57.
Brown's
Neil
setup
Carr,
to leave the
119.
170 was really special. And there's that shake of the head. It's a good adjustment with
79.
dart number 3.
King of the car, 113.
He's got his treble. Has he got his double?
93.
It was on
Neil
track.
Carr, 40.
We could be level after all.
Getting shot with 4 flag, nailed up.
Well, it is
Big flag
2-2.
Keegan to throw first. Game on. Thank you.
Needle with the needle.
And no reaction from Keegan as well.
No score.
You say it, but I did notice he was just looking away as Neil Duff was circling around him, just keeping his back to him.
No score.
I don't know what it's like in the women's game, Laura, but I've been on both sides of the coin here when someone's had an exception. And I've been in Keegan's shoes. I've also
70.
been in Neil's, funnily enough. When the tension is at its height, it's very, very hard to stop
No
yourself
score.
from boiling over. But it does depend on what kind of person you are.
And I think Neil is kind of just on the cusp of boiling point. May have just had a bit of an adrenaline
80.
rush after that last celebration, and now 6 starts into the next leg and not able to kick things off. You need to be able to try and finally balance that. And I will say, on the women's series,
120.
it's all pretty much quite nice and friendly.
I'll take your word for that.
46.
He's almost given it the Enzo Fernandez, isn't he? Didn't give it the full double cupping of the ears, which is nice to see.
25.
Well, 3 darts very linear there, but all on the wrong line.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate visit, but Duff for me at the moment is just... He's just on the cusp, realistically. He's kind of fighting himself in this match as much as he's fighting the quality coming from Keegan Brown.
And I'm going to revert to what I said earlier in this
100.
last group
King of
game.
car, 125.
There is a risk that you can spend too much energy in this game and leave yourself a little bit depleted
43.
in your semi-final match. So you've got to be careful here. You've got to measure yourself. When the juices are flowing, it's easy to get carried away.
100. King of car, 82.
Double top for 3-2.
42. Neil the car, 156.
Well, Neil has got a 156 this week, but he hasn't got another one.
Now, I guess the other element of this is whoever loses this match will not have a great
15.
deal of time to turn
of car,
things around
40.
out the back.
I can't believe he's just scored 15 with 3 darts magnetised to each other. It is 3-2. Brown takes the lead.
6 flag, Neil to throw first. Game on.
I think if looks could kill, both of these guys would be assassins.
No mistake from the off here for Neil Duff.
120.
A game that kind of started in what I felt was kind of friendly conversation has just kind of, but it's got a little bit more
No score.
tense
as the finishing line is coming nearer and nearer.
Yeah, it's like a slow-cooked dish that gradually has more and more chili powder added to it.
23.
There is a point where it just becomes a little bit unpalatable. But you still want more.
71.
And this is supposed to be the game that is the friendliest because they're both
98.
through. It's actually been the feistiest game of the night.
Oh, we knew we had some big players and big characters, but Keegan Brown with maximum number 3.
He wasn't shy in coming forward there, was he?
60.
And what we usually do at the end of Game 6 on a Saturday night is we have a bit of a
96.
debrief and
Nearly
give the
count
players a
100.
breather. We've got so much to talk about. Oh, there's another one that creeps into the 5. So Brown's got a chance to end this in 6.
42. Keegan Carr 154.
And what a finish this would be. Can't get it started, so it looks like this could be another game going
39.
the distance.
Neil the Carr 58.
Tops is clear.
18.
Tops is
Keegan
not
Carr
found.
115.
Does Brown feel the temptation of the bull? Nope. It's double 18.
79. Neil the
That
Carr
was so
40.
close.
Yeah, bent the wire, but it has afforded this extra chance here to Neil Duff, who's pretty close with his own on the first dart
on the
and
six,
uses
Neil
that
Duff.
marker perfectly.
7th final leg, Keegan to through first. Game on.
I don't know why, but this game's got the feeling of a semi-final.
It's definitely got knockout vibes, if anything else.
I think this week has been so
score.
good that week 1 of Series 15 next week has got an incredible act to follow. That is
96.
great use of the board from Duff. Previously this week, he stayed on tops after hitting the 20, but moving this time was inspired.
No score.
And Keegan Brown, 6 starts in, yet to get underway. Neil Duff now just looking to build up a bit of a
60.
lead. But even just after Neil Duff had started and then backed it up with a treble, don't know if you noticed, but it was a big reaction off the back of it. I don't think anyone's worried about exerting energy up there at the moment.
I think what we've got on the stage tonight is a professional mentality of, yeah, I can win the title with 3 games out of 4, but nope, I want 4 out of 4. And why wouldn't you?
60.
Nobody goes up there to lose. They go there because they want to be perfect. And this leg determines whether Keegan Brown can have a
58.
perfect week. He's won 11 from 11. He was never really in trouble
91.
yesterday in any of his games. But he is in a bit of bother here.
Yeah, you get that sense. He's desperately trying to find a big
46.
treble, and it's a slip into the single 7. Neil Duff, plenty of time.
Yeah. And Brown can't leave a finish. It's
100.
looking like Duff is going to win Group 2. Which would mean West and Duff would be separated
58.
in the
Neil the
semis.
Carr 94.
He's got all the time in the world. Wow, he
86.
nearly bust that.
Nearly bust, nearly left 5. It was right in the corner.
In the end, that's actually quite a good single 8.
36.
Is
Neil the
Keegan
Carr,
Brown's undefeated streak this week over? It
8.
is.
Showing the marks, Neil Duff.
Both will go to the semi-finals, but Keegan will go there off the back of his first defeat in Double Trouble 5. Steve West, who won group number 1, he will take on Keegan Brown in the semi-finals. That was a very edgy game, one that a lot of people would probably like to watch again. But we don't have to because the semis are around the corner.
We're down to the final four here at Double Trouble 5, and before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Keegan Brown by 4-3. Both players will be in the semi-finals, whilst in Group 1 it was Steve West and Fallon Sherrock who both made their ways through. So we can confirm what is going to happen for the remainder of the night and have a look at the two semi-finals. The tile in front of us is West v Brown, followed by Duff v Sherrock. There's still the potential for that West and Duff collision course in the final later on this evening, and we've been watching all the action in the company of Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson. We're going to look back at what we've seen over the course of the next 5 minutes, so good luck trying to squeeze all that in. But I mean, where do we start? Where do we actually start tonight?
That last match, just because it's kind of just living in the back of my mind right now. Yeah, we thought it would be played. They seemed quite chilled, quite jovial, chatting away as the game started. But yeah, I think they were both really vying for that top spot. I don't know if it's just because ultimately they just knew they'd have a bit of a gap in between, or if there is that narrative, especially for Neil Duff, that he can maybe face Steve West in another final. So yeah, it was definitely spicier than I thought it was going to be.
Well, let's delve into the evening as a whole. We kicked off with Mitchell against West. Scott would win that, but ultimately be eliminated. It'd be Steve and Fallon that would get through group one. We'll begin with Steve and how he was able to regroup following that first game against Scott Mitchell. And actually, it goes to show that on a Saturday night, even when you lose, he was 3-0 down. Scott had a dart for 4-0. If you pick up legs, you always get a chance.
We spoke about that in the first game. You've just got to give yourself the best chance of making it through. So the fact that Scott was unable to get that game won by 4-0 gave Steve that lifeline, because something has aligned for him tonight. He didn't play very well this evening. He hasn't really played that well this week on the whole, but he's had 2 or 3 games that he can be very proud of. What he can be proud of is the fact that in his second game against Fallon, he recognised that she wasn't quite at it, and he did enough to get through. So what do they always say, these veterans of the Modus Super Series, whether it's a specials week or not? Any Saturday night is all about the fact that I'm here and I just need to get into knockout darts. And he was able to do that.
Defending champion, and he's doing his best to try and cling on to this trophy.
Yeah, and I think that's it. I think the whole passage of play throughout the entire week, Steve, when we spoke to him yesterday, he wasn't overly happy with the way that he played. There's elements that have worked, but what I think's happened with Steve is all the elements haven't quite aligned. They haven't come together all at the same time. So we've seen very good passages where he started strong. We've had some really strong scoring, and then we've had some strong finishing, but they haven't come together, and now they need to.
It's very, very easy to figure out what's going wrong with Steve. Plan A isn't working on the whole, and he doesn't really have a solid plan B. So when plan A works, he can win this thing. If plan A is not working, he's in real trouble.
Right, let's talk about Fallon Sherrick and her progress. Once it got to the crux of it against Scott Mitchell, we saw a better version of her.
Yeah, 100%. And it had to be. She had to step up. And what she started to get right and better as the game went on was how she started legs. That was kind of where she faltered against Steve West. I'm not necessarily convinced that even when she hit this winning double that she knew she'd be through, but I think Scott would have been more than aware. And after Scott won that first leg, I'm just wondering, and we spoke about it in commentary, Paul and I, was Scott Mitchell just thinking, oh, I only need one more leg, instead of focusing on that win, because yeah, it was all Fallon after that.
Neil Duff, Saturday nights, he just becomes a different animal, doesn't he?
Yeah, he genuinely does. He becomes a bit more feisty, and there's nothing wrong with that. But his knack of making semi-finals and final games is something of legend. But the way he started tonight had Laura and I in commentary thinking, what on earth is he up to here? At one point, he was on a world record average for a double start game. Now, I know it's slightly shorter format than anything at the recognised World Grand Prix in the PDC. However, it's still best of 7 and double start. So he was averaging 110 after 3 legs. If he's able to have that kind of burst in him again tonight and do it at the right time, that trophy's going to be his again.
And he is eyeing it up for a second time, and you can tell that whatever which way he wants to get his hands on that cup.
Absolutely. And he's always like that. He is a serial competitor. We know that. We know how much he enjoys picking up titles here, as well as away from the Super Series. So, yeah, he's done more than enough. He's topped the table, and that's the main thing.
Very quick word on Keegan Brown and his progress through tonight. Got off to a really good start, but he's tasted defeat for the first time this week, last time out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he bounces back from that. I was talking about his energy spending in that second group game. I just hope that he's got enough left for the rest of the night so that he can sprint for the line, essentially. But it's going to be really interesting to see what he does against Steve West in the first semi.
So this is what we've got to come in terms of the semi-finals this evening. Steve West against Keegan Brown, Neil Duff against Fallon Sherrick. We've got about 30 seconds before we throw to the first semi-final. So just a quick thought on what we could see.
Anything really, but I guess the narrative is looking at Steve West Neil Duff final.
Is that the same for you?
I'm not sure. I think maybe Fallon has had her bad game for the night, and if she plays the way she did in that second game, Neil's going to have to play the way he did in his first.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Our first semi-final is about to get underway. In 3 games' time, we'll know who's going to lift that trophy.
But it makes absolutely no difference. Steve West has done exactly what he needed to do. Double 12. It was thumbs up from Whitlock.
but he is eliminated.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to meet the semi-finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage? He's the winner of 6 Modus Super Series titles. It's Steve West. And his opponent is a former Modus Super Series weekly winner, Keegan Brown.
Well, Steve West was in no mood to wait around, was he? The defending champion looking to make it through to the final, but in his way, the needle, Keegan Brown. Let's head over to commentary and rejoin Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Permission to get excited, Henry. Well, I'm going to grant it to myself and everybody watching on Pluto TV, because this is now the thick end of the double trouble stick. And if you have had trouble on the doubles up to these semi-finals, well, you haven't had as much trouble as others, because we started with 12 on Monday morning. We are down to 4. And 2 of them have tasted success in this format already on this stage. He is the defending champion. It's a bit of a tumultuous time of it in Group 1, but he's here, and he will not believe that he won Group 1, but he did. He's smiling right now. Is he going to be smiling at the end of this semi-final? Keegan hasn't had a great deal of time to absorb his first defeat of the week against Neil Duff. But motivation, he doesn't have to look too far for that, because if he can beat Steve West, he might have a chance for revenge. It's going to be interesting to see what the crowd participation is like in this one. So let's get down to business. And with loads of double start experience, we need great referees too.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Steve to throw first.
Best of 7 still.
Game on.
To see who makes the final of Double Trouble 5.
Yeah, going back to the refereeing as well, I do think extra credit and kudos, for Paul Hinks, because ultimately,
87.
Refereeing is a difficult job in itself anyway, but the fact that you are having to work out when people are going in, if they've missed, if it's 0 score, if they're scoring, I think it's an art.
Yeah, just like starting immediately, which both players have done in the first leg of this semi-final.
100.
Said it once and I'll say it again. If plan A works for West, he's dangerous. If plan A doesn't work, he's fragile.
62.
And I'm not sure if Steve West will be as bothered by any crowd involvement as we saw from Neil Duff.
60.
I guess the easiest thing when you are playing against an opponent that does have a lot of support behind them is to try and silence them quickly.
Well, that's the skill, isn't it? Get 1-0 in front, get 2-0 in front, get 3-0 in front, and get it 1. And all of a sudden,
96.
You are the chairman of the mute button. We have seen a 158 in darts history done
95.
multiple ways.
Steve Carr, 158.
Seen Gary Anderson take this out on the bull.
Well, we won't be seeing Steve West take it out at the moment. Brown now looking at 137.
The noise was on pause.
97. Stevie Carr,
West
100.
has got to get to tops, but how many does he need? 1. Plan A executed. Now he's just got to do it 3 more times.
Second leg, Keegan
I wonder
to
if
throw
you've
first.
had
Game
a week and a route into this particular position as Steve West has had, do you maybe think that well, everything's just aligning for me. And
No
I'm
score.
not even quite sure how, because obviously Group A did not go to plan, found himself in Group C, got through that by having to win 3 consecutive games, 3 legs to nil.
160.
Something's clicked.
Something has definitely clicked, because even the route through to the semi-finals, that first loss could have been so
53.
costly.
Ordinarily, Laura, I would say that stars aligning and things like that, that's not the kind of mentality a sports person
140.
should use. But I know Steve. And I know that he believes in things aligning and
93.
things like luck. We heard from him yesterday and he called himself the unluckiest dart player in the world. Well, forgive me for saying
60.
this, Steve, but are you feeling lucky, punk? Because you're on 141 after 9, and if you do believe in luck, it seems to have turned.
I think if you're
57.
that player that can
Supercar
ride there like, for
41.
as long as actually is required and then start finding your very best right at the tail end, then yeah, you could be in for lifting that trophy.
81.
Even his bad visits are good in this game. And he's doing exactly what you thought he needed to do.
59. Supercar
Kept everybody
60.
quiet, including Keegan.
Game shown the
Now he
second
can't
leg,
miss
Steve
tops.
Yeah, 14
So, like,
dot leg
Steve
from
is the
Steve West to
first.
break the brown throw, and there was almost like a bit of a smile on his face to say, oh, okay,
Game on.
we're doing this now, are we?
There is something to be said as well for this being his trophy.
No score.
Very start of the year he won it. And you don't want to let it go when it's yours.
Yeah, do you look at, when you go back to a tournament, do you look at it in that sense that this is mine
Yeah.
to lose?
36.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't win enough to actually be able to really comment, but
I'm going to stop you right there. Miss 8 titles in the WDF. Okay, so it works
50.
this time. Everything's coming off.
told you there, stars are aligning.
44.
I think there's a song in his head right now. It might be a Coldplay song. Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you.
58.
He's hoping it's not all trouble. Keegan's got to find a burst from somewhere. He's not going to go quietly into the night.
Oh, and he's been able to find those maxes with quite a bit of regularity so far this evening.
Yeah, he had 3 in his previous game, which he lost.
96.
That's the thing. It's all well and good finding them, but it's what you do around them that really matters.
$85.
That's enough to get him down to a finish. And now Steve West can't leave anything. Needed the lot.
54. Keegan Carwood and 56.
Another one. Not another one.
Game shown the third leg, Keegan Brown.
Well, things have changed at the Live Lounge because somebody's found the volume
Ball play
button.
Keegan to third
And his
first.
name is Keegan.
Game on.
It's a great leg. Contained both a max and the 156.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised because apparently Keegan Brown hits all of his big finishes against Steve West this
71.
week.
Yes. Yeah, he has been on the back end of that magnificent 170. And I think that was one of the things that Steve was referring to when he said he felt like he was one of the more unlucky players
No
this
score.
week.
And look what changes. Keegan gets the big check out. He gets off with his next visit, and West does not.
83.
The checkout success is perfect. But now the big story is that it took Steve 5 darts to
100.
get away, but well done. My word, this game is moving fast.
57.
Yeah, and it's poised in a position that you know that it could go
either way at the moment.
100.
What we have to remind people of as well is that these are amateur dart players. They are prominent amateur dart players, though.
With some good darting history as well. But yes, absolutely. They don't hold a tour card at the moment.
85.
This week is not about what they've done.
90.
It's what they can do. Now, what can they do from the halfway point of this first semi-final? Steve has got to hold
Figure car 107.
his mental game together, because if that cracks a little bit, Brown's in the kind of mood to find something special again. Well, there you have it. He only just gets the single 18, but he's seeing the doubles like the size of the front door.
Fifth leg Steve to throw first. Game on.
2-0 behind. Brown has produced two exceptional legs, which included a 156 and that 107 finish. Is 100% when it comes to the checkout percentages for both players. But it's West who has just spurned those first three darts and is not up and running.
I can only assume what Steve is thinking right now, because at 2-0 it was looking pretty comfortable.
No score.
Things have changed since that 156 checkout. And I wouldn't be surprised if Steve was getting Jimmy Van Schie vibes. He played Jimmy in the semi-finals of the Champions Night in Series 8. And this crowd, the only word in the English dictionary to describe that night was visceral.
51.
Steve had a chance to make the final that night against Marvin van Velsen. He just missed out. And he's going to have to dice with his demons from Series 8 to try and get through this one.
He's in a good position. He's going to be in an even better one after these three.
You know what sports psychologists say about sporting demons?
100.
The easiest way to get past them is to smile back at them. Don't get angry. Don't get sentimental. Smile at them and say, "You're not welcome."
41.
Well, I don't think that last start was welcome for Steve West.
I just wonder if Keegan has almost tipped
30.
the edge of that adrenaline meter, because at the end of leg 4, things were getting very, very hot.
Yeah, it was good at chasing, you know, to make it back at 2-2, and now he's just dropped off again.
23.
There's been a lot that's happened for Keegan over the last we've got 4 legs here and then the 7 legs previous.
140.
Make no mistake, we only have 3 Champions Nights every calendar year. We only have 2 double troubles. There are less of these nights than Champions Nights. There is urgency on this stage, because if you've won this before, or if you haven't won it before,
140.
the opportunities are flitting. It's tops for the 2. But it's 3 for West.
6 leg Keegan to throw first. Game on.
Just a bit of a reaction there for Steve West, because he was under it. Brown was going throw for throw. He was sat waiting to pounce on tops.
70.
I know it's easy to say it from the commentary box, and coming from someone who has a history of reacting.
Do you?
No score.
But in retrospect, and from experience, the best thing to do is to not react.
125.
But as you say, hindsight and the fact that we're sat up here, it's easy to say, but when you're in the thick of it, sometimes you just cannot hold it all in.
60.
Oh yeah, and they are firmly in the thick.
But Keegan, once again, from a position of being behind, is just finding some of his best stuff.
He's playing back-to-back games in the same sort of tension.
140. Keegan Carr, 170.
Oh, Brown's not going to do it again, is he? No smile from
85.
West there. Mentally, he might be getting ready for a last leg shootout.
100. Keegan
Probably
Carr,
going to need it now.
85.
Yeah. Needed another treble 20. And even then, he might not have come back to the hockey. It's double 8.
69.
Have a good visit. Set yourself up for the next leg. Hit something big and you never know.
137.
You never know.
Keegan Carr, 16.
What
Gains
pressure?
on 6 for Keegan Brown.
None at all. One leg shootout again for the second consecutive game.
So the final leg, Steve to throw the first. Game on.
Who goes to the final? Is it someone who's won it before or someone who hasn't?
It was a polite yet short handshake between the two.
62.
And I like the plan there from Steve West, but the execution not on point.
Yeah, 17s is a good switch there.
51.
This is about to get good.
And it's what you want when it is a last leg decider. You don't want one player just languishing back on trying to find
60.
a double. They're both off.
The inner chatter here is fascinating to me because here you shouldn't be asking yourself questions internally. You should be answering everything. It's not, can I get through this? You say, I can get through this.
59.
You have one person on the stage who's only lost one game all week. And Steve West came into tonight with a win percentage of 48%, the lowest of anybody for finals night.
But it's all on the day, and that was another solid visit from Steve West just to edge himself in front. 97. And that's a big pick-off. It's a big last start for Keegan Brown, but he is still trailing.
Now what do you do?
26.
Not what the doctor ordered. That might be an opening for Keegan, and I think he understands it. He takes a breath.
Such an inviting first start, looking to fill it up. And what a time to get a maximum, just completely exploiting that 26 found by Steve West.
100.
It's a good ton. There's 2 points between them. But Brown has overtaken West with that incredible maximum. Now what? He did have the option of treble 15 bull, but decided not to do it. West might just get one chance to keep his title defense alive.
76.
Well,
Carr,
he
72.
set up tops, but is he going to have the chance for a match start? Because Brown looking at 72.
It's not what he wanted, but he's got a shot. And of course he pins it. It's right in the middle. It couldn't be more central. West left tops. There is a disagreement on the stage, but to be fair to Keegan Brown, that was an incredible recovery on the bullseye, and he makes his first double trouble final by 4 legs to 3.
Steve West's title defence at Double Trouble has come to a close. He's got the better. He's lost out, shall I say, to Keegan Brown by 4 legs to 3. It was quite an icy end to that semi-final, and if you did see any industrial language, you do apologise for that. So Keegan Brown into the final to take on one of Neil Duff or Fallon Sherrick. Neil, of course, picked up the first Double Trouble title. Fallon Sherrick going to become the first female player to win a double-in, double-out tournament in front of the cameras.
It is. Both will go to the semi-finals, but Keegan will go there off the back of his first defeat in Double Trouble 5.
This is her chance.
On the kills, she has been lethal. And she kills off Scotty Dog with an incredible comeback. She may not even know if she's done enough.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to meet the second set of semi-finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage, she is the reigning Modus Super Series Women's Week champion, Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrick, and her opponent is the winner of 8 Modus Super Series titles, Neil Duff.
Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrick, up against the king of this church in Neil Duff in semi-final number 2. And the winner of this will have an opportunity to become the first player to win 2 Specials Weeks titles. Let's hand over to Laura and to Nico.
How much drama can we take tonight? It is 10:30 local time, and everybody here at the Live Lounge feels like they need a breather. Well, we've had 5 minutes since the first semi-final. Let's get our teeth into this one. Neil has had quite the evening so far. 2 wins. He was on course for a world record double start average earlier on. He couldn't quite get it. And then he had that incredible drama-filled game with Keegan Brown in Game 6. But now he's got to try and take out the Queen of the Palace. Can he do that? He has the benefit of the throw by winning group number 2 tonight. Fallon is here because she was able to win the last 4 legs of her game with Scott Mitchell. Look at that. Lost 4-1, then won 4-1. But she was 1-0 down. She had to win 4-0 from behind. She was able to do it.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
Now it's pretty simple. Knockout darts. So all the group stage stuff is over. But the double start action continues.
60.
And these two have had a couple of battles already this week, and the spoils have been shared between the two, with Fallon winning on Thursday evening, but Neil Duff getting the better of Fallon yesterday.
92.
So in terms of their head-to-heads this week, absolutely nothing to separate them.
We shouldn't really be surprised that Fallon was able to win from behind against Mitchell.
41.
After all, 2 games against Steve Lennon, she was 2-0 down in both and won them both 3-2. She has something in her mentality that
100.
Not many dart players possess. She might need all of that in this game.
She may well
60.
do, because Neil Duff in his last match, he was absolutely embroiled with Keegan Brown. He did get through it eventually, but he won't want to have the same thing happen again.
$100.
Apologies for the loss of graphic. We'll have to pause the game momentarily. I think Neil's probably happy that he was able to finish that visit. It was a very good 140. I did have this a little bit earlier tonight, and it did actually help Steve West. He was 3-0 down at the time. He would then win the next 2 legs.
Okay.
Does this benefit anyone in the first leg?
I was going to say exactly that. I think at this point, I don't think it kind of it benefits. It's a bit of a distraction, obviously, but it's neither a benefit for either of them. Ultimately, if it's going to happen, because technical issues, they do happen, ultimately. But if it's going to happen, you'd rather it happen at the beginning of your match where there's just not the added pressure of a tail end or a last leg decider.
Yeah, that is a very, very fair statement. We are in our second semi-final. Sherrick against Duff will continue when the Gremlins have disappeared. So we thank you for your patience. It's probably a bit of a symptom, this, of the amount of tension in the live lounge tonight, because this has been one of the most memorable Saturday nights we've had in the last 4 years.
Yeah, it's a really topsy-turvy one, isn't it? Because actually, when you look at the 4 players that came through to the semi-finals, there's only 1 player in the field that's actually had it. I'm not saying straightforward, because it has not been, but Neil Duff's the only one to have won 2 games out of the 2.
Already?
Well, it looks like we're ready to
Fallon
go.
to throw this time.
Back to Fallon. She's on a bogey number, but not for long.
121.
Incredible composure. What more can you say?
Oh, maybe the break was helpful after all.
100.
She has a very
Fallon
busy
to count,
lifestyle.
48.
Take every break you can get, including in the first leg. It isn't a break just yet.
140.
We have had some ton plus finishes tonight. Are we witnessing another one?
Now it's just making sure the single number really safe from Neil Duff, but Fallon, more darts in hand just to take this opening leg.
It's wild.
Getting shot the
But
first leg,
what
Fallon
a
Sherrick.
fix that is. A bad second dart.
Second leg,
She's
Fallon
almost
to throw
embarrassed
first.
at
Game
taking
on.
that first leg, but all's well that ends well.
That was so far away from double 10, so almost central in the single 6, but there was not a flicker,
score.
there was not a reaction. It was straight over to the other side of the board, bang, straight in double 7.
Play this game long enough and things like that do happen.
Yeah, but you still see it, even for the more
120.
experienced players, they will just take that step back.
I didn't get off in the first
112.
visit, but is away now.
$100.
Neil Duff will know that despite the shaky start that Fallon had in her opening match against Steve West, and ultimately he's been on the wrong side of Fallon so far this week, and
97.
you cannot rest on your laurels at all.
$78.
And Neil is the remaining person left in the final 3 who has won this before. If he does not win this game, we do have a new champion.
And I think if we do get a new
60.
champion, then again, that is a testament to just how difficult and how much of a leveler that this type of format is.
Yeah, like you said yesterday, Laura, Phil Taylor only won 11 World
100.
Grand Prix. Just 11.
But you compare that to something like the match play or the amount of world championship titles he's got, then, you know, 16 of those.
90. Near the car, 103.
This is for a leveler in the game.
Getting shot the second
Bingo.
leg, Neil
Nothing
Duff.
wrong with that. All in a straight line. It is one leg
Third
all.
leg, Neil to throw first.
And now we're playing the format
on.
that they've played the last couple of nights, best of 5.
$40.
Are they just happy to get away? It doesn't matter whether it's 40, 80.
32.
120, 160. It's just a case of getting off and then turning on the scoring regimen.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm almost feeling how I would feel as they're throwing for that initial double, and it's kind of, you're going straight for it. I'm not saying that you're hoping, but there is that process of hope. And then if you do get it last start in hand, I think that's relief, because you know you're coming back and that element's dealt with.
Yeah. Because there are different stages to double start darts. In traditional 501, scoring.
100.
A little bit of approach work. Finishing. Add element 4, which is actually starting the process.
60.
And when we had our previous studio, Fallon's one weekly win that she had down there in Southampton,
60.
the person she beat in the final was the 2020 BDO World Champion Wayne Warren. She's up against the 2022 WDF champion here.
95.
And there really is not a lot to split them, although Duff will be firmly on a finish when he comes back to the hockey.
130.
Good use of the ball. It's almost right in the middle.
Yeah, that's where Keegan Brown left his puncture wound.
60. Neil Lucar,
No emotion
71.
from Fallon. But she's technically more dangerous when she's behind. So watch out, Neil.
39. Fallon Neil
He
Carr,
can't believe he
154.
didn't nestle that in off the marker. He actually overshot it.
Just the wrong side of the wire. A good adjustment with the second dart.
80. Neil Lucar, 32.
This time?
Gains
This
on the
time he
third
does
leg,
use the
Neil.
marker. Halfway to another final. He did.
Fourth leg Fallon to throw first.
Show on the
Game
walk-on,
on.
didn't he? It was number 8. I wonder who he was talking to. I do
32.
wonder how much he's got left in the tank, because he's had quite a busy couple of weeks.
Yeah, he really has. He was out in Vegas and he came back for Champions Week.
No
Now
sure.
he's played here all week at Double Trouble.
Whatever he's got left, leave it on the stage. And then you can have a day off tomorrow.
97.
Just the one.
But that's how you got to play these games. Play them like Apollo Creed
100.
used to say in Rocky 3. There is no tomorrow. We don't play darts at the Live Lounge on Sundays.
95.
It's a good find with dart number 3. But Neil Duff firing back once again.
140.
I think with the exception of Duff's 4-0 victory against Simon Whitlock tonight, everything else has been really tense.
81.
There are people right now watching this on Pluto TV thinking, I want to be part of that atmosphere the next
45.
time Double Trouble is on for Double Trouble 6. Well, you can be here if you get yourself a ticket well in advance.
100.
You don't have to wait that long though, do you? Join us each and every week here on a Saturday. Say it's a really big crowd in this evening.
80.
Yeah, and they're
Colin
holding their
Carr,
breath because
96.
Keegan Brown is in the final. Who will be joining him? I think that's a sensible play from Fallon, because as much as she wanted
88.
to leave
Neil
36,
Carr,
she knew it was too
136.
risky. And she always seems to go for the treble on 56
48.
and
Colin
52.
Carr, 8.
It's just how she plays the game.
Gains on the fourth leg Fallon set it.
She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, I get that as well,
Fifth
because
leg Neil
Fallon
to
is
throw
not a player
first.
that
Game
tends to
on.
leave tops. On 56, the sensible route, if she hasn't got the option of going for a single 20, the sensible route is going for a single 16, but I would have the same play as Fallon. I would be going for a treble.
Yeah, on 52, she goes treble 12 for double 8. And predominantly she finds it.
But again, it's that avoidance of tops. So perhaps that is a thing. Obviously, the preference when she's starting these
32.
is double 16. And again, she's found it. It's on the first throw, but it's last out of asking.
80.
There's not a great deal between them here. I'm going to say it again. Averages are completely irrelevant in this format.
But 180s aren't.
One of them, 40.
Those first two are begging for a third in the bed.
I think opportunities is a good separator here. There's not much between them. 5 darts at a double for Neil, 6 for Fallon.
Yeah, 2 found a piece. Say even though we're
100.
not talking about averages, what we can say is there's very little between the pair of them when it comes to what they're throwing up there. And it's reflected in the result at the moment.
100.
When does Fallon have to bring in the 19s here, if at all? Now she'll have to.
59.
Is he going to stay or move?
60.
He stays.
Follow your
And
car,
he's in the same
170.
vicinity as the Queen of the Palace towards the end of leg 5.
It's one of those games, isn't it? I think that both players are sensing there is an opportunity, there's a
56.
chance to
Near the
pounce
car, what did
on
you do?
their
64.
opponent. But sometimes these big visits, these big trebles, these big finds, they're really difficult to come across.
Believe it or not, Sherrick is the
38.
only dart player
Follow the
in
car,
the
what did you do?
semi-finals
14.
who has not hit a ton plus checkout in the semi-finals. Is that about to change?
78. Near the car, 126.
Oh, this is just to hold his throat. And that chance is already gone.
And look what she's
71.
left.
Follow the car, 36.
Double 18 for the Queen of the Palace.
To take the lead.
No score. Near the car,
It hasn't
55.
quite been there on double 18. And Duff gets a bonus opportunity. Again, it's to hold his throw. He thought he was going to lose it.
Game shown the 5th flag, Neil Duff.
Big dart, big moment, and a big reaction from Neil Duff.
6 flag
A
followed the
chance
through
that
first.
shouldn't
Game on.
really have got.
Now we will see how Fallon responds.
52.
It's almost as if she's constantly pushed against the ropes and she's constantly being challenged in the last 7 days.
120.
But how many times can you get hit hard and then bounce back?
100.
Mike Tyson once said, everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face. Well, every time Fallon gets punched, metaphorically speaking,
100.
she always has a plan.
But she finds herself trailing in
100.
this leg again. Another important last start for Fallon Sherrick.
I think Duffman is finding a head of steam.
180.
Sherrick's participation in the final is very much in doubt. Needs another treble.
One of them, 40.
It's
The other car,
extraordinary.
101.
But it's Duffman who could sail through. Is it bull or is it treble 14?
61.
He's pitched his tent
Follow the car, 109.
and he just has to watch. Can she do it?
It's double 16 for a 109,
77.
and it's the wrong side of the wire. Missed the
The other
114 to
car,
go
40.
in front. Missed the 109.
She believes the writing's on the wall. What does the writing say? It says
30.
nothing.
Follow your car, 32.
Double 4.
28.
3 darts
The
on the
other car,
wire. She
10.
cannot believe it. I'm not sure Neil Duff will believe it. He better believe it, because he could be the first person to win Double Trouble twice. It's going to be a rematch in the final tonight between Neil Duff and Keegan Brown. Things are about to get really, really interesting here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Steve, defending champion at Double Trouble. What's it been like coming in here having defender title here?
I don't know. I've not really thought about defending anything really. Just want to get here and crack on with it and do your best.
There's 3 other guys here that have also won one. But I kind of keeping them going this week, and I'm the trendsetter. I'm the one who won the first one.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it's always great to be here. So yeah, it was just fantastic to win it.
I love it. I mean, I think it's sorts of men for the boys, to be honest with you. And it's a great leveler. As I said before, you could be number 1 in the world, 128 in the world. If you don't hit that double, then you're not getting off it, yeah.
It's all about getting the first start in. If you get your first start in, confidence rises, obviously.
It's whether it be double in or a series week. you still have to motivate yourself properly to go out and play.
I mean, everything you win, anywhere you win, is an achievement, and you always feel pride in it. But here it's a little bit more special because it's something, you know, we all love coming here. There's no doubt about that. It's the best place to play darts.
I think it's really fun to play a double start, but it's so frustrating sometimes.
I mean, everything I've done in the past is the past, right? And now it's new beginnings, including my hips, my back, you know, and I'm looking forward to it.
When you're defending anything or playing on something you've won before, you do have that little air about you that you can do it again.
Oh, it'd be nice just to show that the first one wasn't a fluke.
It would be great to do this one here a second time.
Really proud of what I've been doing here. It's been a great stuff for my career. I think it's been doing a lot of things for me.
Well, that is what it takes to be a double trouble champion. We could have a new one tonight in Keegan Brown, or the first double trouble winner, Neil Duff, could become the first player to pick up 2 Specials Week titles. We'll find out in about 5 minutes' time. The Azet Paul Nicholson's joined us here in the studio to look back at the semi-finals that we've seen this evening, both rather tight affairs. Look, we'll begin with semi-final number 1 between Steve West and Keegan Brown. It was 2 players who really duked it out tooth and nail from first start to last.
Yeah, it was actually quite a hard watch. Great game, don't get me wrong, but the tension sometimes so palpable on this stage. I can't remember a night like this before here at the Live Lounge, because there's just so much tension around this place. From the audience, the players, possibly from the practice room. This obviously means so much to the players. And I tried to liken it to the kind of nights that we have for Champions Night, which we did have last Saturday. But if you think about it, we only have 2 double trouble nights like this a year. So if you want to be a champion of this thing, you only get 2 chances, whereas Champions Night in regulation weeks comes up 3 times. So maybe it's got something to do with that.
We'll come back to that a little bit later on, but I want to talk about the ton plus finishing of Keegan, because that felt like the key trait. That felt like the thing that got himself back into that semi-final, having trailed early on against Steve.
Oh yeah, the 156 was crucial. And at 2-0 down, you could sense that Keegan was just a little bit flat post his second group game with Neil Duff. So his ability to find that shot, it galvanised his chances of getting through to the final, because he was a very different player after that.
If we're talking about sheer match play, we have to talk about Neil Duff, haven't we? Because he did exactly that against Fallon Sherrock. Those 3 darts right in the wire for Fallon wasn't to be for her, but for Neil, he just does it on a Saturday night, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's another disappointment for Fallon, but she can walk away very pleased with her form. Very, very small margin between taking it to a last leg decider and making it, you know, through to the semis. Is a great, great thing to do. But Neil was just that tiny bit sharper in the clinch. So it's just what he does on Saturdays, like you say. He's just so hard to beat when it comes to semis and finals here. And predominantly for him, the other part of the week is the harder bit. Getting there is the harder bit. But when he's here, he looks more comfortable.
In fact, yeah, plenty of positives to take for the remainder of the season. But let's talk about the final then. Keegan against Neil. They've already met this evening. It was an affair which we're not going to forget in a hurry. There was a bit of testosterone on the stage, let's say.
Yeah, I think it's unusual to see such a game in Game 6 when both players are already through to the semi-finals. But it obviously meant a lot to them to make it through as the group winner. Now we take things up a notch. It's not to win a group, it's to win the whole shebang. So what on earth are we going to get here? I'm not sure what byproduct we have from Game 6 coming into this. We're going to have to watch and find out.
Very quickly, because we've got a minute left. You've been involved in games that at times have been a bit fiery. When you play that player the next time around, is that still in the air?
Yes. All I've got to do is talk about Gary Anderson trilogy at the UK Open. I got 09. 2010 was a byproduct because that was really frosty. 2011 wasn't as frosty, but by the end, it was another last leg decider. And sometimes it's hard to take. But I had a year in between those games. They've had about 90 minutes.
Right, let's recap what we've seen tonight then as we head towards the final. It is Brown against Duff, and that was after Keegan got the better of Steve West 4-3 and Duff got the better of Sherrock 4-2. Neil's won the ball. Quickly in a sentence, who wins it and why?
I really don't know, if I'm honest. But I said Keegan at the start of the show. I'm going to go with Keegan.
Well, Neil Duff is looking to become the first player to win 2 specials weeks and pick up the Double Trouble title twice. If he does so, it'll be a 9th success here at the Live Lounge. I caught up with him earlier on this evening to talk about his week and what winning this would mean to him. Well, Neil, it's never dull when we see you here at the Super Series. From your perspective, how would you sum up the week so far?
Probably about as Neil Duffish as possible. Group A, just kind of went through the mill, warmed up. Group B, smash it up. That's what I do.
What clicked between Group A and Group B?
Group A, I think subconsciously you always have that safety net with one of the other groups. Once you go into Group B or Group C, then you know you don't have that, and it's your last resort back into Saturday night. And as like I always say, it's not about the journey, it's about the destination, and it's get to Saturday night. So I'll always play B because you've no lifelines left.
And in terms of yourself, does this feel like a typically Neil Duff week where you're just working your way into it and finding your best stuff as we get towards the finish?
Yeah, but I've built a career on it, especially down here. And it's been very talked about that, yeah, I'll not do much on a Monday. I'll improve on a Tuesday and I'll improve on a Wednesday. But once I go into Group B, which normally I will be in Group B, I'm probably one of the most dangerous players here. And you know how Saturday night goes. I like a wee crowd, and that's probably where I'm at my most dangerous. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Right, let's talk trophies then, because if you win tonight, you'll be able to win your second Double Trouble, and you become the first player to win 2 of these specials weeks. Not that I feel like I need to tell you that.
Well, I'm Mr. Inaugural, aren't I? I'm the one that likes to do everything for the first time round, so yeah, but I'll be my 9th title down here. Been very much apparent in my thinking today. 9 would be brilliant. And the Portsmouth quiz team champion as well. So, yeah, I always come to Portsmouth looking for success, and I'm hoping that it follows me tonight.
Hey, the quiz was the most important as well. Right, wish you all the best. Good luck, Neil.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Not what he wanted, but he's got a shot. And of course he pins it. It's right in the middle. He better believe it, because he could be the first person to win Double Trouble twice.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's time to meet the finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage, he is a winner of 8 Modus Super Series titles. He was the first ever Double Troubles champion, Duffman Neil Duff. And would you please welcome his opponent. He is a former Modus Super Series weekly winner, and he's a former World Youth Champion. It's the Needle, Keegan Brown.
So it's Brown v Duff Part 2. And everybody prefers the sequel, don't they? I wonder what drama awaits. Let's find out then. One final time tonight, let's head up to commentary and to Laura Turner and to Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, it's not often that the sequel is better than the original, but there are exceptions to the rule. Some people say that Terminator 2 was better than the original, and The Godfather 2 was definitely better than the original. Well, this guy, some people think he is the godfather of the Modus Super Series. And this is how he puts it. He likes to collect weeks. Who would have thought that was a thing when we came here 4 years ago? Neil Duff is a collector of weeks, and he won't be happy until he's got 52 of them. Keegan Brown has got 1 week. It was a brilliant week. It was a tear-filled ending of a week. But he's got an army with him tonight, and he would love to win a double start tournament here at the Live Lounge to become the 5th different champion. To stop Neil from becoming the first 2-time champion, there are plenty of narratives, but there's your sheriff. And this town is not big enough for these two. Only one will prevail.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
It was icy at the end of their first game of the night. It looks pretty cordial. What happens next?
It was interesting just watching them going through their little practice regime as they were walking. For me, it was very much like you say, cordial to start with, but Neil Duff had his eyes firmly fixed on that trophy for quite a while, whilst Keegan Brown just keeps looking out to the crowd, looking out to the amount of support that's come over from the Isle of Wight to support him.
After all, dart players are collectors.
160.
Well, that's how he started his night. I wonder how he's going to end it. Henry was saying in the last 10 minutes
60.
That Keegan's finishing tonight has been very, very impressive. 4 out of 9, 3 out of 9.
85.
4 out of 5 in his semi-final. Neil's responsibility is just to keep him out of harm's range.
97.
You have to say that semi-final between West and Brown, I mean, that was a finishing masterclass, even with Steve West going 3 out of 3 on the finishing. It was Keegan
60.
that just found that extra gear at the right time.
I think it's fair to say that Steve West, when the dust settles, wouldn't like to see Keegan Brown and a bullseye together for a while. He doesn't get the treble.
155.
He wanted to leave 96 at worst. But he's going to get a look at 136. It's a big ask. He's probably expecting Keegan
81.
to take it 155 and 6. So this has got to go.
Yeah, and it's not going to, and it's a shake of the head from Neil Duff. Because this is the range of finishes that Keegan Brown has been really deadly on. We mentioned the fact that his finishing's been on point, but it's been combination finishes, and it's double 16 for the first one, and that immaculate finishing, it continues for Keegan Brown.
Second leg, Keegan to throw the first. Game on.
When he's hitting these doubles as well, they're right in the middle of the bed. They're not just clipping a wire or just squeezing in.
You aren't wrong. It's a great open after a break of throw. This could be a very emotional final for Keegan Brown.
60.
He spoke when he won his first weekly title here of just being able to compete. But he's feeling it.
134.
And at times throughout this evening, I noticed it in that last game of the group phases against Neil Duff. There is a
44.
grimace. There is a real look on the face of Keegan Brown, how hungry he is for this title.
And isn't it weird that he's only 33 and we're talking
59.
about his capability of just being able to play the game, to be able to compete. And someone 20 years his senior,
45.
he's talking about legacy, which I totally get. over the age of 50. But we don't know what the next few years will
99.
hold for Keegan. If we fast forward 5 years, if he doesn't win this final, this might be a game that he will always regret not winning. Because his clock might be ticking quicker than most.
45.
Seen it with Michael Smith.
38.
Yeah, you have to kind of play the cards you're dealt ultimately, but there are just times
58.
where you just feel the moment is here, it's now.
$99.
Again, he
Keegan
needed
O'Connor,
that extra
80.
treble to get to a finish. Keegan's on a finish. He can finish anything he wants.
Keegan Brown.
At this rate, he would hit doubles from 10
Neil to
feet.
throw first. Game on.
Again, it's just such a clean finish. 74 in 2 darts to take leg 1, 80 in 2 darts to take leg 2.
32.
Neil Duff opting for double 16, but most importantly, gets off with 3 darts in hand.
Double trouble,
No score.
a lot of the time, is about how you start your legs. We tend to neglect sometimes the closing of the legs, but for the night, he is 52%. Which, if we may borrow a term
76.
from modern day darts, that is at the same level as Luke Littler at the World Championship at New Year.
108.
Because he was the first ever player to complete a World Championship campaign with more than 50% on doubles. That's how good this has been from Brown tonight.
$100.
Now for Keegan Brown, it's just about maintaining that, keeping Neil Duff at arm's length, and Neil Duff doing everything he possibly can. We know that there can be a certain point in a match for Neil Duff where he can just turn things around, switch things on. We saw it when he pulled away from Fallon Sherrick in the semi-final.
140.
Very good. Just when he needed it. But it can't be a one-off.
No, that's the thing. It's about backing it up throw after throw. And
57. Neil O'Connor,
the first time
153.
in this match, Neil has a little bit of luxury of time.
135.
We'll see if he likes double 9 when he comes back. He usually doesn't split it.
186. Neil O'Connor, 18.
Does that make any difference?
Games on the
Absolutely
foot like
nothing.
Neil.
He almost hit that double 9 with a
Ball
run
by
up.
Keegan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, ferociously thrown from Neil Duff. But Neil just has to, again, just remain
No
calm,
score.
remain composed, because now this is a real chance. If he can find this with his first 3 darts.
40.
That's a brilliant shot. I know he had a marker, but he still had to hit it. And Keegan's off.
96.
Exceptional use of the board. The double 16 has not worked in this leg, but double 18 comes to his rescue.
125.
And Neil Duff would be disappointed with the last dart.
I think everybody watching on Pluto TV tonight, everybody who's attended here tonight is going to need to lie down after this, including the people who are playing in this final. I cannot remember a more tense night than this.
Yeah, there's a saying, isn't there, that you just want to leave everything up on the stage. Well, I definitely feel everyone has tonight.
Yeah, to their credit, they have put themselves
98.
in the shop window and have left everything on the yockey. That's all we can ask of the players.
Brown,
85.
once again, though, left the big fish.
70.
We've seen him hit it once this week.
No. No.
145.
Not quite.
Neil O'Connor, 151. Thank you.
It's a good effort, but back comes Duff. Treble 17 was the target.
97. Keegan 25.
I think the entire world thought that Keegan was going to hit that 170. Does he get the 25?
9.
He doesn't get the deflection he wanted.
54.
And Duff has a lifeline in leg 4.
He
doesn't
Keegan
finish
16.
as he meant to start. And Brown gets another visit. Double 4 to win leg 4.
8.
Now it's getting tense.
It is, and the finishing that we have waxed lyrical about so much for Keegan Brown just seems to have deserted him at the wrong time. I think it was just a slip with the dart there for Neil Duff. Just recomposing himself.
30.
Even with all of his experience, he's feeling it too. Keegan may be feeling victory because he just needs one more leg to be the double treble 5 champion.
Very much make or break time for Neil
40.
Duff.
Well, if it's break,
89.
it's the win. That 89 will feel like 189.
41.
He has got the darts. He's got the lead. He can actually smell the trophy from there.
41.
And you feel that for a night where players have got really involved, really embroiled in matches, this could potentially be one of the more straightforward games that we've seen so far this evening.
Last words.
Yeah, I know. I said could. I did say could.
You did say could.
Because we do know
42.
Neil Duff is a master of winning titles on Saturday evening.
And even if you do win a lot of titles, not all of them are won serenely.
135.
Sometimes you've got to go through a puddle of mud to get to the end of the rainbow.
101. Neil Carr,
He's got
145.
time on his side. What he would give for 105. He's got most of it.
46.
Oh, that's a disaster. That's a terrible deflection.
Yeah, he can't quite believe it. And again, it's a case, the plan was there, but unfortunately for Neil, the execution, well, that was to come by that pesky deflection.
45.
He's
Neil
okay.
Carr, 99.
He's still got 2 visits. Wise and brilliant.
James on the 5th leg.
So
Neil Duff.
apparently leaving 99 wasn't as much of a curse as we thought.
6th leg, Keegan to throw first. Game on.
Is this the one chance that Keegan has to win this title? If he doesn't win this leg, he'll have to break the throw in the last leg decider. Another invaluable 89.
That should be a good guide for Neil Duff. Uses it really well.
100.
Again, both of them missing the first dart, but making up for it for dart 2 with dart 2 and 3.
60.
Do we get a match start in this leg? If we don't, the champion will be crowned with the only match starts happening in the final leg of the week.
So much room in that treble 20 bed. You feel it's at least a 140.
140.
Duff has to reciprocate or improve.
140.
He's left 127 to be the game. It just had to
45.
be this shot,
127.
the first shot to win it.
44.
A raise of the
Keegan
hands.
O'Carr,
By
167.
Neil Duff, because now Keegan Brown has a match-winning opportunity incoming. Cannot get the combination started, but will look to set up.
102. Neil O'Carr, 83.
Pressure on this. Double 9 to level it up, and
74.
it's well inside.
Keegan O'Carr, 65.
Overtrained. It's double 6 for the match, for the title.
53. Neil O'Carr, 9.
Double 4. Chances once
He's
again
on
to
the
level
six,
things
that's
up at
Neil
3-all, and that's what Neil Duff has just done. We are going the distance.
7th and final leg, Neil
Mentioned it
for the
before,
first.
Paul,
Game
but
on.
Brown had the chance there not to get as embroiled as he has done, but now a last leg decider, and Neil Duff has the darts.
Yeah, I think it's quite fitting that this one does go the distance. The previous game did, and Neil won that one.
No score.
And he didn't have the darts. This time with them, he doesn't get away. How does Keegan recover after missing
No score.
a trophy claiming shot at double 6?
$100.
Duff is up, and the adjustments on point once again. And is the pressure just starting to get a little bit telling for Keegan Brown?
If you've never been in a last leg decider, double star, you will never know what it feels like in this situation. You feel like the trophy is so far away. All of a sudden, Neil Duff is cruising towards victory after being 12 points away from defeat.
Neil Duff found himself 3-1 down. He's had to battle to get back into a position to force this last leg decider. He survived a match start, and now he's 121 points away from victory, as Brown does find a double.
36. Neil O'Carr, 121.
Looking at treble 20. Wow. It's not too much panic,
85.
and there definitely shouldn't be any with Brown right back on 465.
$100. Neil O'Carr, 36.
Double 18. It's double 9 once again. He's going straight for it.
32.
I'm not sure if that was intentional. It was so far off, but he's left himself 4.
58. Neil O'Carr, 4.
Double 1.
Game.
Double
Shot
1
on the mark.
is found.
And we're on
Duff
the Modus
denies
Super
Brown
Series.
and becomes the double
Double
trouble
five.
champion
Neil
for the second
Duff.
time in its entirety. You can see how much it means to Brown, to Neil Duff. Neil Duff had to survive a scare. He was 3-1 down, brought it back to 3-all. You can see the stats, they mean absolutely nothing at this stage, because Neil Duff has edged out Keegan Brown right at the very end.
Of course, Double Trouble was won on double 1 in the last leg decider. Neil Duff becomes the first player to win 2 specials weeks. He's won Double Trouble twice, and he has done so in the most dramatic of circumstances. Keegan Brown led 3-1. He had a dart to win it 4-2. He almost got brushed in the last leg decider, but it is Neil Duff who is the Double Trouble champion for a second time. For the 9th time, he has picked up a trophy here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And he just continues to extend his own personal roll of honour here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There you can see the list of winners, the list of champions. Neil Duff twice, Robert Thornton, Andreas Harrison, Steve West, the other winners of this tournament. Right, let's hear from the winner then. Neil Duff, he's on stage chatting with Paul Nicholson.
Neil Duff, we've been here before many, many times. You like to collect weeks, in your own words. Another one, but this one is extra special because you've just done something that nobody's done before. You've just won this for the second time. How do you feel?
Pretty much the same way as I won the first one for the first time. It's been a crazy week. Up and down. Group A, not so good. Group B, pretty good. Tonight, kind of started off like a train tonight, and then it felt as if I was struggling to get started off. And I got away with it in the end, but number 9.
9 is a good number in darts, isn't it? I'm sure you're already thinking about number 10. However, in your first game tonight, you were actually on track for a world record average in double start darts. If you'd had a 14 darter in the last leg, you would have been getting the biggest average in double start darts in history.
I knew the first 2 legs, first 3 legs, I was probably in around 104, 105. Kind of let it go a wee bit in the last leg. But yeah, overall I was absolutely over the moon the way I threw. I actually threw less of an average tonight than I did last night. I did by 0.4 of an average or something, but I don't look at averages. I'm here to win, and I'll win dirty if I have to.
As far as this championship is concerned, it has been an incredible week for people watching on Pluto TV because they like the change of format. We do, you guys do, we know that. But tonight was tense, it was excellent, but at the end of the day, you're the only person who could beat Keegan Brown this week.
Well, that's also true, twice. But he's a good lad. He'd probably be feeling a wee bit sorry for himself after that final. I think he couldn't get away the last leg, but I think that was the only difference. But yeah, I played some quality players this week. You know, Fallon probably played world-class darts. Our last 3 legs against Steve Lennon last night was off the scale, and demoralised Steve. I kind of felt sorry for the guy, but the standard has been pretty good. But it was good to see best of 7 on finals night. A little more room for error. You can get away with it a little bit more, which I did do tonight. But Steve, 9. Steve, 9.
I think that was the number 4 that he was showing us in the background there. Keegan Brown was 12 points away from taking the title tonight. What were you thinking when he was on double 6?
I wasn't thinking. I don't watch the player, so I don't know what he was on. He could have been on double 6 or he could have been on 200. I don't know. I know what I have to do, and gladly I went out there and finished it off. So, yeah, it's another one in the ledger, and just bolsters my legacy, which we talked about, which I set out to do here right from the start. I think I've got still got another weekly win in me, roll on Series 15, and then get a Champions Week. I need a Champions Week. I need that because it's haunting me now. But back here for the Global again in November, so it's kind of like second home to me down here. I love it, and it's probably where I play my best darts because it's so comfortable. The whole place, is set up for darts, for dart players. So yeah, long may it continue.
Well, we love having you here, Neil, and we can talk about the missing piece of the puzzle when you get another opportunity, because I'm sure it's a when as opposed to an if. But let's talk about the now, because you are the first person to win double trouble twice, and I've spoken for too long. It's about time you got your hands, you've got the medal. Let's get you onto the trophy, because double trouble 5 is won by the legend that is Neil Duff.
It feels like death, taxes and Neil Duff winning titles at the Live Lounge because it just happens oh too frequently Didn't quite happen at Champions Week, but he's won his second double trouble title. That, incredibly, Laura Turner, is 9. I don't think anybody thought when we began this project, or we came here 4 and a bit years ago, that anybody would get to that kind of accumulation of a total of titles.
No, absolutely not. Neil Duff might have. Obviously, he kind of comes in now with that confidence, that expectation of winning. It was not a straightforward evening for him or for anyone and their route to the latter stages of tonight. But ultimately, you know, champions find a way, and he's champion once again.
How did he dig his way out of that hole in that final against Keegan? 3-1 behind, missed a match start, but he just dug in, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And ultimately, to bring it back to 3-3, had to really fight to, like you say, Keegan missed double 6 in order to win the title himself. Neil just held it all together, managed to find and regain a little bit of composure, because there was a bit of a boiling point earlier on in the match. And then obviously in that last leg decider, you've got to really feel for Keegan, because we don't call it double trouble for no reason. And ultimately, probably the worst leg that he's had in the entire week. Well, that just happened to befall him in the very last one.
That's kind of smart for him, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not what you want to see. Paul and I spoke about it before, that when you do get that last leg decider, you do hope both players get off to a reasonably quick start, but just didn't go that way for Keegs.
Ironically, double trouble won on the Madhouse.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure if Neil actually meant to leave that. Obviously, he had 18 left, dropped it into the 14. There was a slight hint of confusion when he heard Paul Hinks call out that he required 4, but it doesn't matter. They're all the same size, and as long as they go in, which it did for Neil, then that's what counts.
Indeed, and look, his legacy just continues to get bolstered all the time, doesn't it? Second Specials Week title. But he mentioned it in the interview there with Paul Nicholson. We are going to see him in Series 15 at some point, obviously. But yes, these are nice, but there's just still something that's eating away at him, and that is the Champions Week.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but ultimately he knows how to negotiate a regulation week. He has negotiated a couple of these double trouble weeks, but ultimately when it comes to Champions Week, he's not making the finals night. So yeah, the challenge now is to get back into Champions Week. That's hard enough in itself, although he's done it 7 times. But ultimately then it's just getting a bit deeper in Champions Week.
Well, this is the moment he got it done. And ironically, it was double one that got it done. And I suppose of all the doubles to go and win it, it was obviously going to be the Madder. It was just systematic with double trouble.
Yeah, it does feel slightly poetic, doesn't it, to finish on a double that not any player that I can realistically say really likes that double. But I think this one will be one that he enjoys for quite a while, because it wasn't straightforward. And ultimately, yeah, there were ups, there were downs, but he still comes out on top.
All right, let's have some closing thoughts and reflections on the week. We've seen a little bit of everything, haven't we, over the course of the last 6 days?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest takeaways from this, especially in this format, is really you just never give up. You always have to kind of stay in contention, because you're never out of a game until you're completely out of it. Ultimately, it's been really entertaining. We always expect that. And it's just been a nice change in terms of format. We enjoy a doubles troubles week. We enjoy a specials week. And it has been a special one indeed.
I'm going to assume we're going to see Neil Duff again as the reigning champion, but I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot here, because we're going to get another double trouble at some point. Who would you like to see in all the players that are eligible? Is there anybody that maybe we haven't seen before, or anybody that you think maybe would acquit themselves quite well to the format?
No, I think there's a lot of people that you could call upon, ultimately. I'd love to see Fallon back in it, because we spoke about the fact that she, this is not a format she's used to playing in, and maybe even a Gemma Hayter coming in as well. So we've got a couple of female options in there, and then maybe get back a few of our legends like a Steve Beaton here on Double Trouble Week. But yeah, you could fill it. I could name probably about 40 different people, and I would love to see them all in it.
So Neil Duff, the winner of Double Trouble 5, but we get to the meat and gravy, the main stuff, the bread and butter, the Series 15, which gets underway on Monday morning. And look, let's be perfectly honest, you look at that lineup and all 12 are looking at thinking, I might not get a better opportunity of getting to a Champions Week.
Yeah, it's a week that feels quite open, isn't it? Ultimately, we've got a few people in there that have picked up titles, that have won previously. But yeah, a bit of a balance with terms of opportunity. And it'll be interesting to see how the week pans out.
Just a note that Jason Heaver has withdrawn. Mason Whitlock's going to come in, and he's looking to do what his dad didn't do. But it's the last series of the year, and look, we think about players like Joe Hunt, Derek Coulson, maybe a Tommy Morris, for example, Jack Drayton, who this might be their last ever opportunity to go on and lift the Champions League title. That was the case with Charlie Manby in Series 12. There'll be a lot of players heading off to the tour at the beginning of 2027, and my word, would they want to do it having won a Super Series Champions Week title.
Just look at that roll of honour.
It's good, isn't it?
It is unbelievable, yeah, absolutely. And you think only one player up there has ever been able to do it twice, and he's gone on.
He's all right, isn't he?
He's gone on to do pretty well for himself. But yeah, you are right. There are players. I think you mentioned Tommy Morris. We've got that list of people that just haven't quite done it as of yet. So ultimately, it's going to be a battle to see which 12 make it through to Champions Week. But we've got 12 weeks to find out.
However, Neil Duff wants his name on that graphic.
He does, yeah. I'll say Neil. I'll just put Neil out there now. So.
And look, he's going to have his name on the Double Trouble graphic twice. And what has been the key towards him being so good at the double in, double out format? He says it separates the men from the boys. He says it feels like an equaliser. In what ways has he made it his own, do you think?
I think for Neil, and he's mentioned this term already before, it's about legacy. He's done big things in the sport. He's been a world champion, but he's still hungry to do more and more. We see him over on the WDF circuit. We see him here, there and everywhere, and he's picking up titles still, and he just wants to maintain that and keep that momentum going. I think you could put Neil Duff in any format, and he would find a way of winning under this roof.
Winners win, eh? Laura, thank you so much. Look forward to your company next week when the next series gets underway. But in the meantime, plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, we've got the Breaker Throw featuring Phil Taylor on Luke Humphries, the 2024 World Champion. Now, from one special week to another, because we're going to recap the Rising Stars Finals night, which features Henry Coates, who of course won a Pro Tour title for the first time this week. That's Sunday from 3. Charlie Manby World Championship. Last 16 participants in there as well. Mark Dudbridge will be showing some flashes of brilliance, we hope, on Monday morning from 9:30 as Series 15 gets underway. And then, of course, we'll be back for the regulation finals night next Saturday from 7:30 p.m. Well, Neil Duff has done it again. For an incredible 9th time, he's picked up a trophy here at the Live Lounge, and he really is the specialist at double-double. Double trouble, no issues at all for Duff as he doubles up.
He has now. And he's taken it as well. Mitchell draws first blood in group number 1. But it makes absolutely no difference. Steve West has done exactly what he needed to do.
This is her chance.
And she kills off Scotty Dog with an incredible comeback. She may not even know if she's done enough to put this game away. He's double 8. Absolutely exceptional. Double 12. It was thumbs up from Whitlock, but he is eliminated by Keegan Brown. It is. Both will go to the semi-finals. It's not what he wanted, but he's got a shot. And of course he pins it. It's right in the middle. It couldn't be more simple. He better believe it, because he could be the first person to win double trouble twice.
Double one. Double one is found. Duff denies Brown and becomes the double trouble champion for the second time in its entirety. You can see how much it means to Brown, to Neil Duff. Neil Duff.
Let's get you onto the trophy, because Double Trouble 5 is won by the legend that is Neil Duff!
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's double